jarak jauh. Sistem yang terbukti efektif meningkatkan daya jangkau dan pemerataan pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran Universitas Terbuka memungkinkan para mahasiswa untuk belajar secara fleksibel dan terbuka dengan beberapa keuntungan, seperti waktu pendaftaran yang terbuka sepanjang tahun, sehingga Anda tidak perlu khawatir untuk terlambat melakukan pendaftaran. Ruang, waktu, dan tempat yang fleksibel bagi mahasiswa. Hal ini sangat berguna bagi para mahasiswa yang tetap ingin mengembangkan wawasannya dimanapun dan kapanpun. Materi ajar cetak maupun digital yang mudah diakses di seluruh pelosok Indonesia dan mancanegara. Memberi kesempatan kepada segala golongan dan usia yang siap belajar untuk mengembangkan ilmu dan kemampuannya di segala bidang. Memiliki 39 kantor regional di seluruh Indonesia dan pusat layanan luar negeri yang selalu siap mendukung kegiatan operasional dan jalinan kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi baik nasional dan internasional. Serta dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas penunjang proses pembelajaran seperti UT Radio, UT TV, layanan bantuan belajar, hingga perpustakaan yang dapat diakses secara online. Memiliki 4 fakultas, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Hukum Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, dengan lebih dari 35 program studi sarjana dan program pasca sarjana. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Universitas Terbuka.
Berdiri pada 4 September 1984, UT langsung berlari untuk menciptakan inovasi dan terobosan baru dalam bidang pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh di tanah air. Lahirnya UT membuktikan komitmen pemerintah untuk memeratakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas tanpa batas. Hampir 2 juta alumni UT tersebar di tanah air dan mancanegara dengan beragam profesi dan keahlian. Hal itu menunjukkan UT telah berhasil melaksanakan mandat pemerintah. Kemajuan teknologi, perubahan kebutuhan masyarakat, tuntutan pemerintah menjadikan UT sebagai institusi pendidikan yang matang, kuat, dan visioner.
Dengan status baru sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri Badan Hukum atau PTNBH, UT tetap pada jati dirinya, yaitu menyediakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang terjangkau biayanya, terjamin kualitasnya, dan tersebar layanannya.
Status PTNBH ini membuat UT sejajar dengan PTN lain yang sudah lebih lama didirikan. Status ini juga membuat UT semakin otonom dalam pengelolaan akademik, tata kelola, pengelolaan keuangan dan aset, serta sumber daya manusia. 43 program pendidikan jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor yang ada saat ini dapat dikembangkan lebih cepat sesuai dengan permintaan dan kebutuhan masyarakat. Menyadari kompleksitas, pekerjaan, koordinasi, dan tuntutan akurasi yang sangat tinggi, UT mengembangkan berbagai aplikasi.
Semua aplikasi itu disatukan dalam digital learning ecosystem. Dengan selalu mendapatkan opini audit laporan keuangan wajar tanpa pengecualian, UT senantiasa berkomitmen penuh untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi yang transparan, akuntabel, efektif, efisien, dan ekonomis.
UT menerapkan standar yang tinggi untuk bahan ajar, proses pembelajaran, dan asesmen hasil belajar. Dengan demikian, para mahasiswa dimanapun mereka berada diharapkan akan memiliki standar kompetensi minimal yang sama.
Jejaring kerjasama yang kuat membuat UT menjadi institusi yang semakin berkembang, maju, besar, dan terpercaya.
Dan maju bersama dalam tatanan baru UT PTNBH.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Opening your eyes to the importance of education. For the younger generation, as they have the same rights to continue their education to a higher level. Growing in knowledge, enhancing good character, and to have a brighter future.
as the opening ceremony will commence shortly.
Universitas Terbuka is established to make the dreams of young men and women from all corners of the country come true through the distance higher education system to meet the ever-changing demands of industrial and technological development in the 21st century.
Dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Universitas Terbuka is a pioneer of world-quality distance higher education, which is supported by professional lecturers who are experienced in their own field of expertise. Universitas Terbuka has also made numerous innovations to solve current educational challenges by applying a digital learning ecosystem to build capable and quality future leaders.
Hampir 4 dasawarsa UT mengabdi untuk bangsa. Universitas Terbuka mewujudkan pendidikan tinggi untuk semua.
With the long experience of carrying out our mission of providing equal access to higher education for everyone in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has proven to be a trusted public higher education institution. Our graduates have successfully applied their knowledge into their chosen career fields as either professionals or entrepreneurs. As of 2022, UT has a student body of just over 350,000. As a cyber university who teaches and applies the latest technology, Universitas Terbuka has 4 faculties, including the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, the Faculty of Science and Technology,
and the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. As a successful distance higher education institution, UTE has received various awards and achievements. For instance, the rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darajat, was elected by acclamation as the president of Asian Association of Open Universities for the period of 2020 to 2022. Time and time again, UTE continues to make important innovations by using the most advanced communication technology and information available in each of its programs. Through the implementation of lifelong learning, UTE also provides certificate programs and tuition-free programs such as open educational resources, as well as free lectures to be accessed by everyone. Limitation is not a hindrance for people to continue their education to a higher level, because education is a fundamental human right for everyone that can be accessed easily. This is Universitas Terbuka, always thinking forward, always open to diversity.
Pendidikan tinggi bagi semua anak negeri.
Universitas Terbuka menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? As the opening ceremony will commence shortly, please kindly take a nice seat and put your phone into silence mode. For online participants, we would like to ask you to put your microphone into muted mode. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning. Welcome to the second International Seminar of Science and Technology held by Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka. First of all, allow me to extend our warmest greetings to the honorable speakers of today's event, Dr. Laksana Handoko, M.Sc, as the head of National Research and Innovation Agency, which delegated to Ms. Puji Lestari, SP, M.Sc, Ph.D, as the head of Agricultural and Food Research Organization Indonesia. Professor Soo Lim from Korea University, Professor Dr. Paul J. Kessler from Leiden University, Professor Takuya Sugahara from Ehime University, Professor Insinyur Djoko Santoso Suroso, Ph.D. from Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia, and Dr. Whika Febria Dewatisari, S.Si, M.Si from Universitas Terbuka Indonesia. We would like also to welcome our honorable guest today, Professor Hanif Nurholis, M.Si, as the Chairman of Academic Senate Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darajat, M.Sc, Ph.D. as Rector of Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, SSMA, as the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs Universitas Terbuka, Professor Dr. Ali Muktianto, S.A, M.Sc, as the Vice Rector of Finance and General Affairs Universitas Terbuka, Insinyur Adi Winata, M.Si, as a Vice Rector for Information System and Student Affairs Universitas Terbuka, Rahmat Budiman, SS, M.Hum, Ph.D, as a Vice Rector for Institutional Development and Partnership Affairs Universitas Terbuka, Professor Insinyur Tian Belawati, M.Ed, Ph.D, as a Chairman of Board of Professor Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Subakti Nurmawati, M.Sc, as a Dean of Science and Technology Faculty, Universitas Terbuka, and all Dean, head units, guests, presenters, and also participants of the second ISST. I am Fenty Fitriani Nurunisa. Would be very honored for me to be the host for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, in this beautiful morning, let us be grateful that we can gather here today, October 20, 2022, at Universitas Terbuka Convention Center. We will discuss and share about knowledge, insight, and of course, current development related to the theme of the second ISST today. As an annual event held by Faculty of Science and Technology Universitas Terbuka, the second ISST is supported by some partners such as Mandiri Bank, Bank Tabungan Negara, and Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Therefore, we would like also to thank the sponsor to support our event. Ladies and gentlemen, the second ISST is a part of the 38 Dies Natalis of Universitas Terbuka, which is held annually on September the 4th. The theme of Universitas Terbuka Dies Natalis this year is advancing all together in Universitas Terbuka toward autonomous higher education institution. To strengthen the theme of Dies Natalis Universitas Terbuka, the second ISST raised the theme Accelerating Sustainable Innovation Towards Society 5.0 as the theme of this year's seminars. Before we start, allow me to read the agenda for today's program. We will start it by the opening ceremony by singing the Indonesian anthem, the opening prayer, Rampak Gendang performance by Sanggar Seni Melati Bogor, welcome speech by the conference chair, welcome speech by the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, and followed by welcome speech by the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, which will be continued by the opening of the conference. At the main agenda, we will have the keynote speech from the head of National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia, which on this occasion will be represented to Ms. Puji Lestari, SP M.Sc, Ph.D. as the head of Agriculture and Food Research Organization. Further, we will continue to seminar book launching and plenary session, parallel session, and closing ceremony in the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, as a start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of Indonesia. For on-site participant at the Universitas Terbuka Convention Center, we would like to invite you to stand up, while the participant on Zoom, we would like to invite you to remain seated.
Di sana
Thank you. Please be seated. Next, we will have the opening prayer. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Dedi Ahmad Suhardi, S.Si, M.M. to lead the opening prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us spare a moment to pray to God Almighty. We would be pleased if you could follow the prayer along. This prayer would be read according to the Islam faith. For non-Muslim, please adjust to according to your own faith and beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Ya Allah, most compassionate, most merciful, all praise belong to you, Lord of all universe. We give thanks to your presence for all your grace, so that today we can hold the second International Seminar of Science and Technology 2022. Ya Allah, you are the source of all good. Our lives are witnessed by your nature and will. In the beginning, you gave us the eloquence of speech, and since then you lead us to be humans who are caring and beneficial with all your guidance. Bless this activity as part of your grand plan to increase our human role through the use of the science and technology for the development and benefit of society. We hope that the activities and each interaction with this seminar will strengthen the relationship and partnership between us all, therefore producing ideas and body of works that are beneficial for the welfare of society and the preservation of nature. Ya Allah, the mighty and the wise, through the effort of our predecessors, science and technology, as well as various life skills have been given to us. Grant us purity of soul, determination, and wisdom, so that under the protection of your grace and majesty, there will be no shortage of answers to manage various problems of the current time through science and technology. Forgive us for our mistakes and bless our predecessor with your grace. Bless us with good deeds and sincereness of worship. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dedi Ahmad Suhardi, S.Si, M.M. Ladies and gentlemen, now we arrive at one of the most exciting part of this opening ceremony. We will enjoy Rampak Gendang performance by Sanggar Seni Melati Bogor. Thank you very much for a very wonderful performance by Sanggar Seni Melati Bogor. Let's give a round of applause once again. Now, let's move to another agenda. It is a welcome speech by the chair of ISST. Please welcome Dr. Insinyur Tuti Maria Wardini, M.Si.
Good morning, and I wish us all good health. Welcome to the second International Seminar on Science and Technology, or ISST 2022. To the Honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Laksana Handoko, M.Sc, Head of National Research of Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Indonesia, due to scheduling issues, to Dr. Handoko is represented to Mrs. Puji Lestari, SP, M.Sc, Ph.D, Head of Agriculture and Food Research Organization of BRIN. To our esteemed plenary speaker, Professor Soo Lim, Professor from Korea University, Professor Dr. Paul G.A. Kessler, Professor from Leiden University, Professor Takuya Sugahara, Professor from Ehime University, Japan, Professor Insinyur Djoko Santoso, Abi Suroso, Professor from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, and Dr. Whika Febria, Dewatisari, S.Si, M.Si from Universitas Terbuka. To the Honorable Professor Ojat Darojat Embus, Ph.D, as Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Dr. Chanip Nurkolis, M.Si, Academic Senate Chairman of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Insinyur Tian Belawati, M.Ed, Ph.D, Board of Professor Chairman of Universitas Terbuka, all Vice Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Subekti Nurmawati, M.Si, Dean of Fakultas and Science and Technology, Dean of Faculty Economics, Faculty of Teacher Training, and Faculty of Law, Social and Political Science, Head of Institution, and all unit head of Universitas Terbuka. My dearest colleagues, professor and lecturer, and all presenters and participants of ISST 2022, and finally, to all students of Universitas Terbuka. As the chairman of today's seminar, I would like to welcome all guests and participants of this seminar. This second international seminar organized by our faculty, Faculty Science and Technology, with the theme Accelerating Sustainable Innovation Towards Society 5.0. Today's seminar is held in two ways, on-site at Universitas Terbuka Convention Center and online with Zoom or Universitas Terbuka YouTube channel. With this opportunity, I would like to greet all participants here and online. We are very grateful with the full support given by Universitas Terbuka, especially by the Rector, and all partners involved in this seminar. On behalf of the ISST committee, I would like to express my deepest gratitude. Honorable guests, colleagues, and participants, Society 5.0 is conceived in 2019 in Japan. The goal for it is to support advancement technology while keeping sustainable and humankind well-being in mind. To support this global movement, we as committee of the Second International Seminar of Science and Technology 2022 proposed a theme of accelerating sustainable innovation toward Society 5.0. Furthermore, we divided in the theme into 3 subtopics. The first, science and mathematics for innovation. Second, sustainable food and agriculture. Third, environmental engineering and sustainable development. To further accommodate various fields of science and technology to disseminate their findings, research, and other work. In today's seminar, we will have a very insightful discussion with all our keynote and plenary speakers, experts from National Research and Innovation Agency, Korea University, Leiden University, Ehime University, Bandung Institute of Technology, and Universitas Terbuka. Moreover, in this afternoon, we will have parallel session in which 78 presenters will publish in their work, consists of 40 on-site and 68 online presenters. Submission and peer review article will be published in proceeding of the International Seminar Science and Technology 2022. Furthermore, selected article will be published in Scopus Index AEP conference proceeding. Additionally, our lecturer in Faculty of Science and Technology Universitas Terbuka have also written a seminar book with theme of accelerating sustainable innovation toward Society 5.0. This book contains 26 articles from 57 authors consisting of 40 external lectures and 44 UT own lecture. To all guests, we look forward for fruitful scientific discussion with our speaker, presenter, and participant. In this opportunity, I would also like to thank all to the committee members and partners of this seminar for all the work they have dedicated in releasing in this event. Lastly, on behalf of committee, I wish all of us the best health, and I hope everyone have an enjoyable and educational time during this seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tuti Maria Wardini, M.Sc, for the warm welcome. Next, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to hear the welcome speech of the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology. Please welcome Dr. Subekti Nurmawati, M.Sc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. Welcome to the second International Seminar of Science and Technology, ISST, organized by the Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka. To the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Head of National Research and Innovation Agency, represented to Head of Agricultural and Food Research Organization of National Research and Innovation Agency, Mrs. Puji Lestari, SP, M.Sc, Ph.D. To our esteemed plenary speakers, Prof. Soo Lim, Professor of International Agriculture, Food, Trade of Korea University, South Korea, Prof. Dr. Paul Kessler from Leiden University, Prof. Takuya Sugahara from Ehime University, Profesor Insinyur Djoko Santoso Abi Suroso, Prof. Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia, and Dr. Whika Febria Dewatisari, S.Si, M.Si, from Biology Study Program Universitas Terbuka. To the Honorable Professor Ojat Darojat M.Bus Ph.D, Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Dr. Hanif Nurholis, M.Si, Academic Senate Chairman of Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Insinyur Tian Belawati, M.Ed, Ph.D, Board of Professor Chairman of Universitas Terbuka, all Vice Rectors, fellow Deans, Head of the institution, and all units of Universitas Terbuka, my wonderful college, professors, and lecturers, all presenters and participants of ISST 2022, and all students of Universitas Terbuka. On this very special day, please allow me to give a big round of appreciation to the keynote speaker, plenary speakers, presenters, and participants that have participated in our seminar. I also would like to greet all the guests, presenters, and participants that has joined this seminar online, and I hope we are all always in good health. This is the second seminar organized by the Faculty of Science and Technology of Universitas Terbuka, and after months of hard work by all committee members and partners, I am very pleased that this exciting day has finally arrived. Our second international seminar of Science and Technology, or ISST 2022, has the main theme of accelerating sustainable innovation towards Society 5.0, with 3 subtopics that cover various fields of science and technology, in hopes that it will give a chance to researchers of various fields to publicize their research and work. These topics are, firstly, science and mathematics for innovation. Secondly, sustainable food and agriculture. And then thirdly, environmental engineering and sustainable development. Distinguished college and guests, innovation in science and technology has always been a cornerstone for humanity, thus contributing to improvement of society. However, many global challenges are still looming and can potentially lead to catastrophic events such as global warming, depletion of natural resources, and economic inequality. This troubling time of the global COVID-19 pandemic significantly impacts of humanity. Therefore, it is crucial to utilize many scientific and technological advancement to gain new knowledge and create values for a better life. To address these challenges, collaboration between many stakeholders from industry, research, and higher education institutions have become more and more crucial. The so-called Society 5.0 strongly correlates with many scientific and technological advancements. It can serve the well-being of all human life, as proposed in the Sustainable Development Goals mission statement. A balance between the utilization of technology and its service to society is essential, thus potentially being able to contribute to global prosperity across all population and preserving the nature and diversity of all organisms. The second International Seminar of Science and Technology is part of our faculty's commitment to spreading and implementing many important messages related to the Society 5.0 paradigm and sustainable development goals. I wish all the speakers, presenters, and participants have a pleasant time at our seminar, and more importantly, able to gain and exchange many novel ideas in hopes to accelerate sustainable innovation towards Society 5.0. Have a wonderful seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Subekti Nurmawati, as the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, for a very insightful speech. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, next, let us continue to hear the opening remarks from the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, continued by the opening of the second ISST. Once again, please welcome Professor Ojat Darojat, M.Sc, Ph.D.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of us, to our esteemed guests, the keynote speakers, Dr. Laksana Handoko, M.Sc. In this seminar, he will be represented by Ms. Puji Lestari, M.Sc, Ph.D., the head of Agricultural and Food Research from BRIN. To all honorable plenary speakers, Professor Soo Lim, Professor of International Agricultural Food Trade from South Korea, Professor Dr. Paul Kessler, Professor of Botanical Gardens and Botany of Southeast Asia, Leiden Universiteit, Professor Takuya Sugahara from Spain, Professor Djoko Santoso Suroso, Professor of Environmental Planning from Bandung Institute of Technology, and our friend, our colleague, Dr. Whika Febria Dewatisari. To all my colleagues, Vice Rector, Prof.Ir, and also the head of unit at Universitas Terbuka, our Dean, Dr. Subekti Nurmawati, M.Sc, and all professors, faculty members, students, and to all honorable guests, to all presenters, participants of International Seminar of Science and Technology 2022. Welcome to Universitas Terbuka. This is the second annual International Seminar of Science and Technology, and this seminar is organized by the Faculty of Science and Technology Universitas Terbuka. On this special day, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone that has joined this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, this international seminar is our annual seminar program being held as part of Universitas Terbuka Dies Natalis, which is celebrated on the 4th of September every year. In our 38th anniversary this year, our Dies Natalis main theme is entitled Advancing All Together in Universitas Terbuka Towards a Fully Autonomous Higher Education Institutions. Or we call it Bangkit dan Maju Bersama dalam Tatanan Perguruan Tinggi Berbadan Hukum. To strengthen the theme, our faculty, particularly the Faculty of Science and Technology, is holding this international seminar with a topic of accelerating sustainable innovations toward Society 5.0. Distinguished colleagues and guests, the increasing number of human populations can potentially cause various problems in the quality of life. Global and local challenges related to the uncontrolled population's growth, including more consumption of resources such as space, food, water, and fuel. Moreover, waste material discharged from certain populations or community can also increase. In other living organisms, biodiversity is increasingly threatened, and the impact of climate change is more and more felt recently. Therefore, the field of science and technology have a very important role to provide solutions to these problems. Currently, almost all aspects of human life are closely related to products derived from science and technological advancements. Such development can provide solutions to various existing problems, as echoed in the era of Society 4.0, known as Information Society. However, several criticisms have been echoed in this era, including the increasing dependence of humans on technology without considering other aspects such as group of people with minimum access to information and communications technology. This has resulted in certain populations with low digital literacy being left behind, as well as increasing inequality between different regions. Therefore, a proper balance is very important for the use of technology in relation to humans' life. As we enter the so-called Society 5.0 era, we now put more emphasis on utilizing and controlling technology for a better human's quality of life, in harmony with nature, environment, and society. Science and technological advancements can also further empower many collaborations between stakeholders such as governments, research institutions, higher education institutions, and industry to achieve sustainable development goals missions proposed by United Nations to establish a peace and prosperity for people and planet now and into the future. Distinguished colleagues and guests, based on Society 5.0 paradigm, science and technology can improve the quality of human life without impacting the environment and social structures. The ISST conference shows that Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka, has strong commitment to contribute positively to the implementations of Society 5.0. I am also sure that all academics of the faculty, together with all speakers, presenters, and participants at today's seminar, have provided good practice on how to use science and technology to achieve Society 5.0 through various fields such as food technology, agribusiness, biology, urban and regional planning, mathematics, statistics, and information technology. I encourage all of us to exchange new ideas and identify potential collaborations to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. To all participants, those are the hopes that I want to convey. I pray that all of us blessed with good health. I would like to thank all the ISST committee that have worked hard in organizing this event. For all the invited keynotes and plenary speakers, guests, presenters, and participants, I believe this seminar will be a moment where we can exchange our thought and develop new ideas. We wish all of us a very pleasant and wonderful seminars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ojat Darajat, M.Sc, Ph.D. for the inspiring speech. Now to formally open the second ISST, sir, please remain on stage. And we would like also to invite Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology and also the Chairman of second ISST to accompany Rector of Universitas Terbuka to open the ceremony by hitting the gong 3 times. Let's give a round of applause. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, as the seminar is officially open, let us give a round of applause once again. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Ojat Darajat, Dean of Faculty of Science and also Chair of second ISST. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to the next agenda, which is the launching of the seminar book, which entitled Accelerating Sustainable Innovation Towards Society 5.0. This book contains 26 articles representing these scientific works of 57 authors. The books also contains various ideas, thoughts, studies, and research results of lecturers and academics in the Faculty of Science and Technology of Universitas Terbuka. The books also has 3 main topics, which include science and mathematics for innovation, sustainable food and agriculture, and environmental and sustainable development. Without any further ado, let us enjoy the video launching of the Accelerating Sustainable Innovation Towards Society 5.0 book.
As one of the state universities in Indonesia, the existence of Universitas Terbuka contributes to providing distance learning services, as well as encouraging the acceleration of innovation in various fields of science. In commemoration of the 38th anniversary of Universitas Terbuka, the Faculty of Science and Technology presents a book entitled Accelerating Sustainable Innovation Towards Society 5.0, along with the second International Seminar of Science and Technology, ISST 2022. This book contains 26 articles representing the scientific works of 57 authors. In the process towards Society 5.0, technology is developed by integrating the concept of automation or digitization with a humanization approach. The technology is fully utilized to create new values, namely in making connections between human and things and between the real and virtual worlds. These new values serve as an effective and efficient means of solving problems in society. to realize the development of science and technology in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals in the era of Society 5.0, it is necessary to accelerate innovation that is not only concerned with economic aspects, but also pays attention to social and environmental aspects, or what is called sustainable innovation. The acceleration of sustainable innovation needs to be carried out by the various stakeholders in the community to realize technology that can achieve Society 5.0. As an educational institution, the Faculty of Science and Technology of UT is expected to be involved in innovation development in the field of science and technology, one of which is through the launch of this book. This book contains various ideas, thoughts, studies, and research results of lecturers and academics in the Faculty of Science and Technology of Universitas Terbuka, which are grouped into three main topics: Science and Mathematics for Innovation, Sustainable Food and Agriculture, and Environmental and Sustainable Development. The first topic, Science and Mathematics for Innovation. The characteristic of Society 5.0 are transforming and integrating the virtual world with the real world, such as extended reality technology that can be used in the learning process at Indonesian universities. The first part of this book describes the utilization of big data for decision-making in various sectors, such as the selection of facility locations, clustering of road conditions in Indonesia, and the selection of agricultural insurance products. While in the field of education, data science is used to identify prospects for interest in opening new study programs and developing learning innovations through online media. In addition, the analysis of Henstock-Kurzweil integral development theory and algebra C can be used as the basis for the application of technology and the development of artificial intelligence. The second topic, Sustainable Food and Agriculture. In line with the era of Society 5.0, food must be provided with the concept of sustainability. This book discusses efforts to minimize food loss through post-harvest handling technology innovations. Traditional foods such as tempoyak, a typical food from Sumatra Merah durian, dadi, a fermented milk product unique to Minangkabau tribe, and local commodities such as talas benang and moringa are some examples of foods that have potential as functional foods that will be beneficial to human health. Tubers have the potential as carbohydrate sources to replace rice and wheat, which can increase food security. Innovations to improve the quality and functional properties such as starch from tubers are also discussed in this book. Support for the realization of sustainable food can be done by providing food product entrepreneurship education at the university level. Management of former mining lands or sand pits by adopting environmentally friendly technology is expected to increase land availability to support the fulfillment of food needs. The last topic, environmental and sustainable development. The development of technological innovation must also be in line with the principles of environmental balance and sustainable development, namely development that meets the needs of present generation without compromising the potential for quality of life for future generations. This book discusses the utilization of palm oil biomass waste in the form of midribs and empty bunch of palm oil into organic fertilizers in palm oil plantations. The phenomenon of urban temperature increase needs to be observed carefully to develop an effective strategy in creating a sustainable, safe, comfortable, and productive urban environment. changes in the use of conservation land into plantations, agriculture, and settlements can threaten biodiversity. The model of the availability of evapotranspiration so that the function of the conservation areas and biodiversity can be well maintained is also discussed in this book. Continuous changes in coastal areas will have an impact on the mangrove ecosystem. Mangroves are the balance of ecosystems in coastal areas. Spatial mapping using a Geographic Information System (GIS) on mangrove system contaminated with waste aims to control pollution and handle waste optimally. Factors that influence the success and failure of implementing waste management programs in big cities, one of which is community participatory activities by sorting their own waste. And lastly, analysis of the yellowfin tuna fishery aspects for sustainable fishing in Bone Bay. This book is a form of the real contribution of Indonesian citizens in encouraging the acceleration of sustainable innovation in realizing Society 5.0. It's like a puzzle where each part contributes to one another with the hope that all parties can synergize and support each other in order to create a prosperous society.
Thank you very much. Now, as the book has officially launched, Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology will be symbolically present the book to our honorable guest today, to Ms. Puji Lestari SPM M.Sc Ph.D. as keynote speaker, Professor Ojat Darajat Embus Ph.D. Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Hanif Nurholis M.Sc as Chairman of Academic Senate Universitas Terbuka, and Professor Insinyur Tian Belawati M.Ed Ph.D. as Chairman of Board of Professor Universitas Terbuka. We would like to invite you to the stage to receive the book of Accelerating Sustainable Innovations Towards Society 5.0. Thank you very much. Now we will have a photo session. Okay, to complete the photo session, we would like also to invite the chair of second ISST and coordinator of the book team to the stage. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause once again. And please be seated to our honorable guests. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear a keynote speech from the head of National Research and Innovation Agency, which in this occasion will be delivered to Head of Agricultural and Food Research Organization, Ms. Puji Lestari, SP, M.Sc, Ph.D. Please allow me to read her brief CV. Ms. Puji Lestari, SP, M.Sc, Ph.D., graduated her doctoral degree from Seoul National University. Her expertise are including molecular marker development for desired traits and the applications, genetic improvement of plant varieties for specific traits supported with molecular marker on sugar palm and chili pepper, and genome-wide genotyping on rice and garlic. She has published international journals. More than 100 papers has been published in journal proceeding and book chapters. And currently, she is the head of Agricultural and Food Research Organization at National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Puji Lestari, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, maybe from other country, and best wishes to the Professor Ojat, Director of Universitas Terbuka, Academic Senate Chairman of Universitas Terbuka, Board of Professor Chairman of Universitas Terbuka, all Vice Rectors, fellow Deans, heads of the institution, all unit heads of Universitas Terbuka, plenary speakers, participants, all students of Universitas Terbuka. First, also, I would like to thank the organizer of the second ISST 2022 for inviting Brin to be here to deliver a talk about research and innovation for sustainable food and agriculture. Here I am representing of the chairman of Brin, Laksana Handoko, and he delivered his message of his deep apology because of other obligation. He is not able to be here. Next. So it is, we would like to explain briefly how is the challenge and opportunity for the sustainable food and agriculture. So we may recall of the definition of sustainable food and agriculture based on the FAO, when food is nutritious and accessible for everyone, and also where natural resources are managed in a way that can maintain ecosystem function in order to support not only current but also future human needs. This is the definition of sustainable food and agriculture, and there are some principles of sustainable food and agriculture. Sorry, because I could not see clearly from that side. It's okay if I use this. So, is that okay? Yeah? Yeah, there are some key principles of this sustainability food for agriculture. So, how to increase productivity, employment, and value addition in food system. Also, how to protect and enhance natural resources. Enhance the resilience of people, community, ecosystem. Also, how government to adapt new challenges is important to improve livelihoods and foster inclusive economic growth. Next. So here's some challenges of sustainable agriculture. We know that Indonesia has the fourth largest population in the world, so it's one of the challenges. By projection in 2050, the nourishing a global population reach 9.7 billion and will require food system which is inclusive, sustainable, efficient, nutritious, and healthy. Not only population, but also loss of usable land. In Indonesia, agricultural land are usable and lost every time to convert to the other uses. especially like industry or residential development, and how we use this land efficiently to this kind of challenges. And the important thing is food security. Secure access to food can produce wide-ranging positive impact, including economic growth, job creation, also poverty reduction. And as we know, also Indonesia is known to be the second largest of food loss and waste. So for this, food loss and waste cause environmental, social, and economic impact. And in the energy, agriculture actually play important role as a producer of renewable energy, which is significant to save emission from agriculture. And climate change, we know that the temperature become higher and okay. Let me continue. So the climate change, actually, the lower rainfall, also higher temperature, lead to longer period of drought. It's happened to agriculture, and meaning that land which was previously adequate supply with water is reduced. Not only that one, there is over exploitation of natural resources. The sustainability of agricultural production is basically based on the optimal and sustainable use of natural resources. For example, soil protection, water conservation. And also we have to think that this is also the challenge for legal requirements is to identify the strategies, guidelines, and practices that can constitute the Indonesian concept for sustainable agriculture. Next. So how to achieve sustainable and inclusive future food system? Here to ensure economic and social inclusion for all food system actors, not only farmers, because in Indonesia mostly we have smallholder farmers, women, also youth. And the sustainability, how to minimize negative environmental impact, conserving scarce natural resources, and strengthening resiliency against future shocks, and to produce adequate quantities of food for global needs in parallel with minimizing losses and waste, and how to provide and promote consumption of diverse, nutritious, and safe food for healthy diet. So actually, based on these challenges, we have opportunity that we have high biodiversity. So especially also we have local genetic resources in Indonesia. So we can use this kind of potential for research and innovation. This diversity, as we can achieve the goal of food security, of course, for the future also sovereignty. Next. Next. Okay, the strategy and approach. Next. Research and innovation. Here we use how these resources, not only genetic resources, human resources, facility, we use efficiently, and improve community welfare, especially including rural area and their equality. And also we concern on the conservation, protection, and wise utilization of natural resources. This is how to increase the resilience of the population, also community and ecosystem. In this case, effectiveness of government policies are also needed. And the strategy of the sustainable agriculture here is the improved availability, access, and utilization, also the stability. And focusing on the food for the people, the value of providing food and how to localize food system here is very important. And pricing control locally, meaning is here actually we have several genetic resources in this specific location in agriculture, and how we might maximize their potential according to agro-ecosystem, for example, in agriculture. And building knowledge and skill, that's very important here. And how we work with nature for the sustainable environment. And this strategy, hopefully, that we can achieve the food sovereignty and security. Next. And the strategic innovation that need for sustainable food system, here the holistic approach based on ecosystem management is important. Closed production cycle means we have to think about the sustainable environment, including health of human. So integrated environmental and productivity objective, also contribution to resilience of landscape. All of these, with the scientific analysis, should consider the interplay factors within production system and between the system and the environment as a key strategy. So it's important for sustainable food system with the ecosystem management, especially this approach in BRI. Now we have 12 research organizations, and one of these is research organization for agriculture and food. So with the 6 research center, together working with the holistic approach, we try to also how to support sustainable food system. Next. And strategy and innovative approach for sustainable food and agriculture include the creation of climate smart villages. IoT is very important here, and green technology innovation, meaning not only we think about the environment, but also economic. Makasih ya, Mbak. So green technology, so then because all currently also we try to use the advantage of advanced biotechnology, omics and genome editing or genetic engineering, try to use for modern breeding and food loss and waste management. As we mentioned that we have to put high effort on this issue. Climate smart agriculture and zero emission farm, because you have plenty of aspect, even most of the area of Indonesia with the marginal land, with the pollution and everything. So this zero emission farm equipment is needed, and new method of agriculture. So based on this, some research questions come: how to improve agricultural productivity and efficient use of resources. Also second, how we could optimize management of ecosystem services in the context of resource scarcity and climate change. And then how to optimize food chains to improve resource use efficiency, especially to reduce food losses and waste. And also how to improve the agriculture, food nutrition, and human health nexus through social and economic studies. Their intervention. Next. Basically, agriculture, there are some subsectors. Also, crops, these food crops, horticulture and estate crops, livestock, forestry, aquaculture, fisheries. All of these are in the system that how we have to manage. There is positive impact and negative impact. For example, livestock, this is very important to their meat is important for human. Also, manure is important for fertilizer that can be beneficial for plant cultivation. But other side, if we think actually manure can be one of factor for pollution, methane emission. And other side like deforestation. A lot happen in Indonesia because of other use. For example, for aquaculture. So all of this we have to manage, and research and innovation could contribute on this management. Next, agricultural and food investment system. Next. So based on the schematic representation of agro-food system, the more sustainable and healthy diet and then decrease food waste. This total food consumption or total food waste can affect to the demand of food products. and on the food demand will affect to agricultural demand. So that's why more efficient agricultural production, especially to increase plant yield, not only rice as one of the staple food in Indonesia, but also other important national commodities like maize, soybean, and others. So in addition to that, more responsible agricultural production. And from agricultural demand will affect to environmental pressure agriculture, including total emission, total natural resources use, also state of natural resources, including like soil, fish stock. And of course, the long term can affect to sustainability. Climate change is, due to climate change, biotic stress on plants can be one of the main, so should be solved using research and innovation. And environment quality for health, biodiversity and ecosystem, here actually genetic erosion also loses some of our genetic diversity. So for this we have how to sustain, how we protect our plant genetic resources, also our livestock and animal. And food production capacity is very important. So this agro-food system on resources and environmental and intervention are needed also to be considered. And next. Maybe get back to the first Professor. Yeah, sorry. So actually there is interconnected sustainable food system and represent the full agri-value chains from production, including genetic resources improvement, agricultural practices and input. And then production include growing of plant, harvesting and food loss management. The supply chain is still a problem in Indonesia, how we shorten this supply chain. So it's basically from processing, storage until market access in the consumption, including cooking, eating and food waste. I just would like to say that Indonesia, all of the food loss and waste starting from production in the field until on the table, consumption. But in other countries already just in the consumption. So how actually we eliminate or he cut in which step, or maybe just like other countries, so we can reduce this food loss and waste in Indonesia as efficient as we can. Next is already mentioned. Next. And talking about agricultural innovation system, there are 4 main components, including research and education, business and enterprises, bridging institution, and the enabling environment. So, agricultural innovation here actually involve many different actors and factors like science actors, technology from other sectors, political system, science and technology policy, that all of this can only take off if it meets the demand of its principal users. Next. For innovation, for sustainable food system, need research and development. No, actually research development, assessment, application, actually we, in one term, just research. So here, research, science, technology, and innovation are needed. Also, we need investment and financing, policy and incentive, governance and institution. All of these are needed for innovation for sustainable food system. In the agri-food system, it's not concerned only on agriculture, like crops, livestock, forestry, and others, but also non-agricultural origin. In Indonesia, we have like mining, textile, and others. All of these actually actors and activities involved in the production, storage, aggregation, until consumption of the food. Next. So the last, actually, I would like to introduce some of research progress by BRIN. But we apologize that we cannot show all of this, but some of this I hope it can represent this research education, how to support sustainable food and agriculture. As representing of the research organization for food and agriculture, as I mentioned, as one of research organization out of 12 research organization under BRIN, which was established in March 2022. So for the research and innovation under this, on the sector of agriculture, including food, we do based on the national issue and global issue. In agriculture and food security, also food sovereignty, because nowadays actually there is a problem due to, for example, like COVID, due to this, and also Ukraine war. It makes every country should be more independent, should be more food sovereignty. So the issue should be considered for research and innovation. Here is increased production capacity. Also, how to prevent stunting still exists in Indonesia in some area. And increase efficiency and competitiveness. Here it is important how we reduce the import. And food price stabilization maybe is connected to other ministry. Just BRIN, just we support on the scientific base. And increase value added and export also future food commodities. In brief, we do research from upstream to downstream, from like manual, semi-automatic, automatic. And with the utilization of IoT, local potential genetic resources, maybe local food, local genetic resources, and precision agriculture, intensive agriculture, adaptive agriculture research. Those are hopefully contribute to the increasing productivity of leading agricultural commodities. And if like Bapanas and also Ministry of Agriculture, we have our national priority of research. This here is one of the National Agency for Research and Innovation. We support all this. For example, 9 commodities like rice, maize, soybean, sugarcane, and others is also to be part of the national strategic commodity. And also strengthening agricultural innovation, improving the competitiveness of processed agricultural product. With competitiveness here, how we could increase our export. And reducing import of agricultural equipment and commodities. Here, how we reduce import actually now is wheat. It is subtropical plant commodities, but Indonesia actually mostly 90, maybe, I don't know how many percent, we import this wheat used for all of like noodle, fry, for chicken, fried, everything. But for this actually, how we substitute this wheat with our local genetic resources. We have a plenty like sorghum and cassava. We can develop like for mocaf and banana and others. We have a lot of tubers crop. So how we reduce this import in kind of way. So research and innovation are also could be one of the solution. Next. And especially for food crops, here we conduct with the modern breeding to support conventional breeding. As for example, rice, we have a lot of problem with because of the climate change, this drought, abiotic stress like drought, saline, ferrum toxicity, and others, and pest and disease resistant is every commodities, every plant have their important pests and disease that could be controlled, and also how we have a low input. And for example, maize, how even maize actually we have no problem, but in this case, maize we use for forage, feeding animal, feeding livestock, and then how we also manage this corn if we could increase the high protein content, and then how we also increase their productivity. And soybean, I don't know, 90% soybean are imported. And here actually we are challenging for how to increase the high productivity, and also how to, because soybean it has a high protein, so it is easy to be infected by pests also disease. So sorghum can be alternative of wheat with the more healthy, free gluten. Also with sorghum can be cultivated in the marginal land. It's different from wheat that need optimal management. Next, so food crops. Next, with the technology, not only with the modern breeding, like genome editing, genetic engineering, mutations with physical and chemical approach, this also can be a solution. And some of those are a program in BRIN. And next is how to, because seed is still a problem in Indonesia. So here, how we produce qualified seed of plant, especially in the national commodity. It is essential input in increasing national productivity and production. The micro aspect, how we increase the seed figure, viability, coating, plating, and others, how to increase dormancy, and we also try to increase the viability. Next. And here actually, with integrated crops management, it can support sustainable food and agriculture. It's also a program in this research organization to answer strategic issues like yield gap of crops across ecoregion in Indonesia. It happened, for example, like rice, it's the potential maybe 12 tons per hectare, but due to the cultivation by farmer that do not follow the recommendation of researcher, so there is a yield gap. So it is how to narrow yield gap, and then crop production resilience under climate change is worrying, and then an efficient cultivation system and non-dependent on fertilizer production, nutrient balance, greenhouse gas production in agriculture. This our homework, greenhouse gas production. So with this, actually, a lot of research should be conducted with collaboration, not only, in the BRIN, but the university, also other country. And other issue is pesticide and fertilizer residue. And how we use biological, more environmental friendly technology, also herbicide or organic fertilizer is very important, so to replace all of the chemical. Next. And then how to control biotic and abiotic stress as elicitor, also biological control. This biological control could be beneficial for the environmental friendly technology for pest and disease management. Also, we try to make the integration of environmental friendly pest and disease biological control, and also elicitors here, biotic and abiotic, that can enhance plant resistance to the biotic and abiotic stresses. So the by optimization of biological agents could control major pests and disease. And because actually this is very important. This pest and disease, sometimes it exists in vegetative and generative, and some of them also until almost harvest. So we will lose our yield. So it's important how to manage, how to control, but of course, environmental friendly technology. Next. And for horticulture and its crop research, here actually we orientate on the agricultural practice to suppress environmental problem for sustainable agriculture. Similar to food crops, use fertilizer that are friendly for environment, composting that can carry out the, also could be fertilized soil, and also how distribution and transportation with an environmental friendly system. Of course, here actually how to establish the price, especially low prices are interested in shopping and at the farmers market is a part of the research in the future, green economy. This way also we focus on this. And local agricultural product can minimize greenhouse gas emission. So in the future, actually, not only food security, not only food sovereignty, but actually green economy. So it means expected also to increase, the effect to the economic of Indonesia. Next. This is example, some research innovation on chili called Proliga. This Proliga actually to technology could be able to multiply yield and can control the pest and disease, especially with chili. So it's very fragile. It's very, usually most of them are not resistant to virus. So how this technology also could support this chili production, and good field management also it's be applied on the maize and others commodities in Indonesia. Next. And for some of plant, it's better to multiply with the in vitro technology. Using tissue culture, also cryopreservation. Green also developed some method for banana and also for on sugarcane. This banana, it is endemic plant in Indonesia. Also, it can be one of solutions that can substitute wheat, because it's content for wheat, and then how we have the other alternative substitution, or banana is one of alternative. And then also this from Ministry of Agriculture, our previous organization, thanks to IRD, it's already released a genetic modified potato resistant to leaf blight. It's a potato, is a collaboration with the USA, so it's also one of the technology, or these are friendly to environment, because with this we can reduce 50% of herbicide. Next. It's about oil palm. Indonesia, the plantation of oil palm is at least 60 million hectares. And we know that is one of also to our devisa. But this oil palm plantation, how we manage it, because there is a carbon footprint. So we have to set up carbon footprint reduction strategy that can be done by low carbon development plan, also how to improve energy efficiency and addressing climate change. This project also is is ongoing in collaboration with other countries. Next. And for biochar and compost to remediate heavy metal contaminated agricultural land. In Indonesia, we have a lot of land with this problem, and BRIN, also previous organization in the Ministry of Agriculture, have generate kind of technology, this biochar. It's important to be applied on like paprika, tomato, and other plant species. It is important to increase their yield and productivity. Next. And if talking about oil palm, here in Indonesia, how we integrate between oil palm and cattle, called oil palm cattle integration system. There is a kind of mutual symbiosis within this system. How this oil palm could be potential for cattle grazing and also could accommodate around 4.9 million cows. In addition to that, this oil palm functions for support land preparation and can be a source of animal feed. Next. It's a little bit a detail of the explanation that invention and innovation. Invention with commercialization to be innovation. Because your oil palm, the biomass oil palm, also produce bioproduct. This can be useful for, livestock, especially cattle and goat. And then this livestock manure could be biofertilizer for oil palm. So all of this integration with oil palm and cattle is beneficial for economic value of plantation. It's important not only for just research, or it's good if we can apply this in national level, that also can increase the income and community empowerment and reduce the fertilization costs, increase production of fresh fruit of oil palm, also reduce the herbicide. Next. And as we know that we reach with the local genetic resources, we can also use the advantage of our goat, breeds of sheep and goat that is adaptive in the environment. Indonesia is breeds are released by Ministry of Agriculture called like goat of Burka and others. We have done crossing between local sheep or goat with the introduced breed from other country. So just we combine with the productivity and the tolerant or resistant to environment. Next. And it is good if also we use the advantage of insect called black soldier fly. In Netherlands, it's already international level. And how we use this black soldier fly to convert food waste to animal feed. Here, as we see, this growth protein is very high. It's comparable with others, with the soybean meal and fish meal. So, with using this black soldier fly, it can reduce cost of livestock production. Next, also for sustained agriculture. Next, just cocoa. Next, just to produce the food and feed, and also liquid smoke disinfect to other product. Next, there is a roadmap of this cocoa research from BRIN. So we focus on diversification, also functional for health. Next, and with using cocoa waste, we are able to have complete feed silage that can be beneficial for livestock. Next. Here the liquid, using pyrolysis process technology, we are also able to produce liquid smoke and biobriquette that's more friendly to environment because it's for fumigation compared to chemical. Next. And also we use bacterial cellulose impregnated with cocoa pod husk extract. Is important for packaging. Next, the broken rice with fortification using extruder, we are able to produce fortified rice kernel. You see the vitamin B is good prevent stunting in Indonesia. Next, and we have also short explore from marine, the seaweed capsule shell, also soft, and the capsule innovation can maybe can replace gelatin from import. We already have this technology. Next. Also, this agro-industry using local food is important to achieve, with the food diversification, which is rich in fiber or low glycemic index. Next. Using oil palm also is more environmental friendly, and just to replace petroleum paraffin for batik, Indonesia is our origin. How we maximize this oil palm. So BRIN also produced this batik sawit wax. It's already diffused in the industry in Central Java, especially Jogja. And we know that the oil palm product, especially palm oil, is a renewable material, and it is observed that it has good adhesion compared to standard wax. Also, the price is lower than imported paraffin. So these are also some of the technology that how to support the sustainable food and agriculture. Next. So these local resources here, actually, we also have this technology. We produce the extruder and other optimization process on food using soybean, also other legumes and fermented legumes, how we maximize these local resources. This actually we have this Center of Excellence in Subang. If ladies and gentlemen would like to visit, we are very pleased to welcome. Next, so basically, just I would like to say the high diverse of local genetic resources could be beneficial, could be high promising for supporting this sustainable food and agriculture. And the last is also one of appropriate technology from BRIN. We have, for example, roaster with several kind of type, is to support our coffee. As we know, that Indonesia is one of the biggest coffee producer. When I was in Korea last time, maybe Professor Lim, there is a special coffee shop. It's written Java coffee. And I asked the owner, they import coffee from Java. So the name of the restaurant is Java Coffee. So it's very amazing. So this way we are as Indonesian, why we do not proud of our local genetic resources, and how also we increase their potential for economic purpose. So also these resources already are distributed to many small and medium industry, not only in Java, also Sumatra and other islands. Next. I think this all of the example of the research innovation resulted by BRIN. So here, so we would like to be pleased and grateful if we have collaboration with Universitas Terbuka on research or for capacity building, because in BRIN now actually 14,000 almost staff, but a half are researcher. Some of them need for improving their knowledge, also degree. So we are very happy to be here, that we already have MOU, I think. So just we have to, how we implement this. Also, we are very happy to have collaboration with universities, national level, also other countries. Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your attention. And I hope this is not the end of our meeting, but it's the starting point how we have collaboration in the future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Puji Lestari, Ph.D. for a very inspiring speech. Ma'am, please kindly remain present as we would like to give certificate of appreciation from the second ISST committee. The certificate will be delivered by Rector of Universitas Terbuka and Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology. Thus, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Ojat Darajat M.Sc Ph.D. to present an appreciation and Dr. Subakti Nurmawati to present the certificate to Ms. Puji Lestari, Ph.D. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for our keynote speaker today, Ms. Puji Lestari, Ph.D. And now we'll have a photo session. Now, we'd like to inform to Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Ms. Puji Lestari, S.P.M.Si, Ph.D. and Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka, and also Chairman of the second ISST, to attend to VIP room to attend the press conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally arrive at the main agenda. In a few moments, in plenary session, we will listen to the presentation of current issue related to our theme this year, Accelerating Sustainable Innovation Towards Society 5.0. The plenary session will be divided into two subsessions. First session will be moderated by Mr. Ing Muhammad Raji Radiansah, BES M.Sc, and the second plenary session will be moderated by Mr. Fauzi Rahmadian Zuhairi, M.Sc. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ing Muhammad Raji Radiansah, BES M.Sc, to guide us to the insightful session in the first plenary session.
second international conference. My name is Muhammad Raji Radiansyah, and you can call me Raji for short. Personally, let me welcome you to the let me sit down first. Okay. Allow me to guide you through the first plenary session. This session will be, we have 3 distinguished professors from various fields. So the first lecture will be delivered by Professor Soo Lim, Professor of International Agricultural Food Trade from Korea University, South Korea. Professor Song has joined us directly here in UTCC. Thank you, Professor Song, for coming today. If you would like to come up to the podium. Thank you for coming today. This is your mic. Thank you, Professor Song, for coming all the way from Spain, was it? Yeah, okay. Thank you for coming. And the second lecture will be given by Professor Insinyur Djoko Santoso Abi Suroso, Ph.D., Professor in Environmental Planning from Bandung Institute of Technology from Indonesia. And the third lecture will be delivered by Professor Takuya Sugahara, a professor in Food Health and Science from Ehime University, Japan. Professor Suroso and Professor Sugahara will be joining us through Zoom. If we could have a visual here. Hold on more. Professor Djoko and Professor Sugahara. Hello, Professor Djoko. How are you today? I think your mic isn't on yet because we are not. Good. There seems to be a bit of technical difficulties, so we could wait a moment. Let me just move to the introduction of the plenary section and to the rules and for this first session. Okay. For each presenters, we have 20 minutes time of presentation, and I would like to ask the audience to put their mic off, and if you are here offline, I would like to ask you to put your phones in silence mode. And I would like to I would hope that the audience put on their best behavior during the presentation. I would like to ask the IT team also to watch the stream for any questions and also for any disturbance. The question and answer session will be held at the end of the first session. So after our third speaker, Professor Takuya Sugahara. And to ask a question, the offline participants can directly ask by raising their hand. And for online participants, you can ask by typing your question directly to the chat or by using the raise hand feature to ask directly through the mic. And I would like to ask you also to please identify yourself by stating your name and affiliation, so your university or your workplace, and also to which speaker you are directing your questions to. Are we ready? First lecture, eh? Okay. Okay. So to save time, let's start with the first lecture. The first lecture will be presented by Professor Soo Lim from Korea with the title of Investment Strategy for Green Bioindustry in Korea. Before we start, let me briefly read the CV of Professor Song, as we can see in the monitor now. Now, Professor Song has a PhD in agricultural economics from Texas A&M University. His expertise include in many various fields such as trade, finance, policy, and development, including international agri-food and fishery trade and regulations, venture investment for smart farming and young farmers, policy evaluation reforms, and foreign aid and economic development. And also, Professor Song has many publications in international trade and development policies. Let me read one of the example of the journal, such as Productive Efficiency and Trade Opportunities for Kazakhstan Dairy Farms from Economia Agri-Alimentary, and also determinants associated with participating in Young Farmers Fund in Korea from, in the International Journal of Entrepreneurship. And also Professor Song has many experience, such as being a professor in Korea University and also being the visiting professor from Seyfulin Kazakh Agro-Technical University in Kazakhstan and also University Bologna in Italy. Professor Song, are you ready with the presentation? Okay. For time and the podium, I give the place to you.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organization committee, chair lady, director, and faculty, dean of the Faculty of Science, Technology, and other organizers, as well as agribusiness department. This morning, my topic is about a little bit different approach to what we heard just before from Breen. I'd like to introduce what is the Korean government approach to the emerging technology and industry areas. Especially, we named it as green bioindustry. So I will look for some further opportunities through this strategy, how we can build up this investment strategy for our farmers and entrepreneurs in food sectors. Before I go into this topic, I want to emphasize, I said here is investment, because traditional financial resources, what our farmers or the food sectors face is like government subsidies on certain issues, or the public loans they can get from the agricultural cooperatives or some commercial bank. But now we are at the stage of doing this investment. Investment means what? Not only governmental involvement in the sector, but also the private sectors, those investors. They get into the agriculture sector and they bring up their capital to invest in the sector. So this topic is a little bit different from our conventional approach to agriculture. So I would like to introduce what green bioindustry is. Also, what is the public approach to increase their performance in the sector. That is a major two areas I want to talk about. Next slide. Next one, please.
Next slide, please. Could you hold a moment? There seems to be a technical difficulties there.
So, 2020, the Korean government, central government, announced some strategic, plan to bring up this green bioindustry, so-called, and the government anticipates that next 10 years or so, or by 2030, this industry will grow fast, about 2 times in its size, and also the job creation might increase from 20,000 to 43,000. So how do we rear this new industry? the government can set up some plans to support this new industry. So what is about the green bio industry? Okay, we can find many definitions about this green bio industry. In my presentation, I quote different sources of that. Would you go further pages? Next. No, forward. Yes. So this bio industry means it's an applied field that uses biotechnology to address some how to deal with the human health, food, and environmental issues, like sustainability. We just heard from Breen that how we can increase the sustainability through agricultural activities or farming. Unlike other industry, bio industry does not classify by products but defines specific field by underlying technology. And I will talk about this in coming slide. Next one, please. So here, there is many different definitions what a green biotech industry is. So I'd like to quote what the Korea Industry Technology Promotion Agency, 2012, they said, developing and producing food and energy that are necessary for sustainable survival of mankind by applying biotech to agricultural organisms. And last line, you can see the Korea joint ministers that include Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Science, or things like that. These combined ministers, they made a public statement and defined that the green bio industry mean what? It's creating added value. We added value through technology by applying this the biotech to life resources and information. Next slide, please. So here, the government set up 5 areas in green bio industry: microbiome, alternative food and medical foods, and seed, veterinary drugs, and other biomaterials. Next, please. If you see the next slide, and this is the next slide, please. Next one.
Next slide, please. Slide number 7. That is number 4.
If you look at this chart shows those product classification. This product classification is done by numerical code. So by following this definition by standard, we can collect the accurate data and information. Also, we can share this information to the public and researchers as well. So I try to map these 5 critical areas of this green bio industry into our existing industry code. And this is just some example. I try to map with those individual code with the 5 green bio industry. But unfortunately, as you see from this slide, I couldn't find those alternative of food definition here. So probably we need to develop this product industry code for alternative food such that we can have a more accurate data in coming days. So next slide give you all the detail of those individual industry area, what the microbiome means, and etc. Next one, you can see the alternative food and medical food. For instance, we have many elderly citizens in the country, and they need special care, like a silver home type of things. So we developed this medical food for instance, like a diabetes patient or elderly people. So that is one area we can develop in near future. So we need definitely certain category or the classified code to define them, and seed, veterinary drug, and other biomaterials. I tried to match with these areas with the existing code. That's what I showed. Next slide, you can see those size of industry, now green biotechnology, and they are expected to grow faster. As you see from there, here, it's 4 times, or even go to 14% I'm sorry, it's 4.4% to 14% per year. So we expect this green bio industry will grow fast in the future. Next slide, we can see this table summarize the basic statistics of this green biotechnology in the country, and this. I compare this one with the small or medium enterprises. And relatively speaking, we have not a lot of industry, green bio industry yet, but it's definitely growing. And we see some disparity in their size and their activities. Next slide, you can see those biochemical energy, biofood sector, environmental sector, and resource sectors, and the employment situation. You can see this table to compare their one. Let me go read a little bit rapid. Next slide. You can see those the value of their sales in 2020. Next slide. You can see those investment made by these companies. So this table show the company's investment, but now we are talking about how governmental investment or private sector's investment will grow in the future. Next slide. Now I tried to find out those investment strategies given this today's picture of green bio industry. I used this diamond model proposed by the Porter in 1990. Also, the others, they extended this the models by including the foreign sectors, international settings. So we can say roughly like what is the element condition, demand conditions, and any other related supporting industries, or there is some corporate itself strategies, things like that. We combine those elements to find out what would be the best strategy for the Korean government to develop this new industry. Next slide show those domestic factors, main factors, and the element. So I consider this infrastructure, corporate environment, government support, as well as some outside factors, such as environment, industry growth potential, and international involvement. So putting all those elements into one, then next slide, this is a SWOT the analysis based upon those elements. We align those environmental factors or the market conditions and even governmental approach to this. We can set up this SWOT table: strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. If you see this table, what is the strengths behind this green bio industry? I would say that this is the area of impact investment. Impact investment mean what? These areas create sustainability, promote sustainability, create jobs in rural areas, and it also preserve those agricultural heritage, cultural background, landscape, amenity provided by rural sectors, things like that. We can call that the agricultural growth or farming can be the impact investment areas. And what is the weakness? This green bio industry is very relatively small because they are recently started. Many venture capital or venture companies or things like that. What is the opportunity? Definitely, this is the new technology, And there is a huge potential in the future about this application of this newly developed technology. Threat, market uncertainty. Nobody went there before, so you have to make a path through it. And there should be some challenges unexpected. So market uncertainty is very high, especially in the middle of COVID-19 and the political, conflicting events, Ukraine, Russia, and North Korea. On top of that, the political risk is emerging, and also there is economic sanctions against China or Russia or things like that. So we face this uncertainty as well. Then, next slide, we can find some, based upon this SWOT setting, what would be the strengths and opportunity strategy? Well, I would say that we need to design this strategy in focusing how we can maximize this impact investment. And we need to recognize diversities of this industry. So we need more flexible standard to apply when we evaluate their performance, etc. Next slide. If you see the strengths and the threat strategy, I would like to emphasize those the aspect of uncertainty. I'm not sure about Indonesia's situation, but in Korea, we see that many sectors and NGOs, as well as consumers group, they are very cautious about this biotechnology, especially their application in food sectors or some agricultural sectors as well. And next slide. If you see this publication, I made this journal publication with one of my students last year. We compare how Korean consumers are responding to this so-called genetically modified food or gene-edited the products. So this is one of the first study to address this gene-edited technique in the food area. And next slide, if you look at this experiment, we used the experimental design to find out consumers' acceptance of this biotechnology. We compare this the oil, soybean oil, and the green bean, the soybeans came from, let's say, we said the domestically grown soybeans, and imported from US and imported from China. We divide the origin of this raw material, 3 countries, and also we said it's non-GM soybean oil or GMO, typical conventional GMO soybean oil versus the gene-edited, products. So we divide the origin of raw material, 3 countries. Also, we divide, those technology by GMO, non-GMO, or gene-edited. The result, as you see from next table, Korean consumers still provide very heavy penalties against these GMO products. And so compared to this Korea originated soybeans and the US soybeans, you see that Korean consumers are willing to pay very high the prices or premium to domestically grown soybeans and soybean oil. And on the other hand, we see that the Korean consumers, they have very high penalties against these GMO products. And the research purposes, as you find that conventional GMO products versus gene-edited products. Then, interestingly enough, Korean consumers show that gene-edited products is less resistance in terms of their willingness to pay than compared to this conventional GMO products. So now we are talking about these gene-edited products, and now some countries, they also legalize these gene-edited products in the market. So from this research, we come to a very cautious conclusion that probably in the future, even Korea, consumers are willing to accept this new technology step by step. Then probably green bio industry will find their spot in the market. And the next slide, you can see.
Professor Song, you have 2 more minutes for the presentation.
If you see this slide, this is a summary of those premium versus the penalties. You can see it. Also, we compare this T-shirt, the cotton T-shirt. It's non-edible cases. Probably this consumer's attitude for GM technology is quite different with food and the soybean oil. They have less reluctance to avoid that one. And next slide. Here is weakness and opportunity strategy. And next slide, you see the weakness and strength strategy. So from this exercise, we try to find out how government formulate their investment. And about this WT strategy, I want to introduce this investment fund, so-called Young Farmers Fund. And next slide. If you look at this paper, we published this year, it's about Young Farmers Fund. And the government have this fund eligible for young farmers in the country. Okay, young farmers mean what? They are 40 years or less old. And they can access this fund and to start a new business or the venture ideas or things like that. And this research indicates that even government create this fund, many farmers are not well understand this one, and they are not that much like this idea because they used to have loans from the government. They used to have subsidies from the government. So investment means what? They have to share their ownership. They have to share their equity with the investors. So young farmers, they are not like it, but if they are qualified and they are willing to participate in this Young Farmers Fund, that's what we find. If you look at the conclusion the section lastly, what would be the Indonesian cases? I'm not an expert in this country, but I suggest if you look at the final slide, next one please. Indonesia have tremendous the resources, especially agriculture and marine resources. I read that Indonesia has second highest level of biodiversity after Brazil. And like for fungi, and you have like a seaweed, we just heard from Breen's presentation. And you have these rich resources, and you can commercialize those products with advanced technology. And I believe if that is the case, with the proper financial support and investment, I think your farmers or food sectors also can grow, and you can grab the chances to occupy this as a forerunner in this area. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Song, for the presentation. I think we have learned a lot from about biotechnology and how we can apply it in Indonesia. So let me summarize the presentation. It was about green technology and what types of green biotechnology there exists in the world, and how Korea manage their biotechnology industry, and what is the investment strategy of Korean green bio industry, and also how it implies to Indonesia's own bio industry. Thank you, Professor Song, for the presentation. So for the questions and answers, the Q&A session will be done at the end of the this first plenary section. So if you have any questions, please write them down first, and then you can ask them at the Q&A session. Professor Song, once again, thank you very much. Next, we are going to move to the second presenters, that is Professor Djoko Santoso Abisuroso. Professor Djoko Santoso Abisuroso is a professor in Bandung Institute of Technology. He graduated with his doctoral in University of Queensland with the specialty in geospatial planning. Oh, you can sit first. Geospatial planning, and then his expertise is in environmental carrying capacity, socio-ecological system, disaster aspects, and climate change in planning. He has published 51 papers in form of journal and proceeding, both internationally and nationally. And also his experience is as a professor in School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, and also head of Center of Climate Change in Bandung Institute of Technology. Professor Djoko, are you here, Professor Suroso?
Yes, thanks.
I think we need...
My voice can be heard?
Yeah, we can hear clearly. Okay. Thank you, Professor Suroso, for coming today. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, please allow me to share my presentation.
Yes, of course.
Right. Just a minute.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for showing your presentation. I give the floor and time to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear respected Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat, dear respected the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, Dr. Subekti, Head of BRIN, and then Professor Soo Lim and Professor Takuya Sugahara, all distinguished participants. This morning, I would like to deliver my lecture with the title of The Challenge of Environmental Degradation to Society 5.0 in Indonesia. My apology, I couldn't join directly because of my illness. So yeah, I know deliver from online. This is the outline of my presentation. As a background, as we know that basically Japan's government issued what's so-called the fifth basic plan for science and technology. This initiative then is called Society 5.0. The Society 5.0 seeks to create a sustainable society and contribute to the safety and comfort of individuals based on a specific cyber physical system. On Day 2019 also said that while Society 5.0 is Japan's development system, as originated from Japan, but it isn't restricted to Japan because its goals are parallel to those of SDGs. So what is the definition of Society 5.0? Is defined as a system of systems. Systems here means like energy management and road transport system that connect to the internet for the mitigation of both local and global social problem. This is the illustration, the development from hunting society, agrarian society, information society toward society 5.0. So in the context of environmental management, I try to formulate the indicators. So I come up with 5 indicators. The first one is using natural resources sustainably to live in harmony with nature, and then using automation technology in environmental management and utilization of natural resources, and then 3, collect and access integrated big data for environmental management, and then 4, applying democratic principle in managing natural resources. This is a very important, I think, indicator. Later I describe further. At the heart of democratic principle, later we can analyze several laws issued by government recently, which could have implication to our future state of environment. And then the last, the number 5, is related to the innovation. So one of the characteristic of society 5.0 in managing environment is finding innovative solution, innovative solution for environmental problem. Before I start with the state of environment, I here present the framework. As I mentioned before, this is one of the heart of democratic principle. This is some laws which determine our current state of environment, which then with several new laws also could determine our future state of environment. I put emphasize here like several laws just are relatively new, issued by government, like law number 11/20 on job creation, or so-called omnibus law, and then law number 3/22 on new capital of Indonesia. Why I consider this could influence or could determine our future state of environment, I will also explain later. And then also, this is quite newest regulation on acceleration of renewable energy, together with also President regulation on carbon economic value. This slide come from the result of our seminar 2 years ago. This is opinion of several environmental law experts. Basically, law 11/20 strongly emphasize and prioritize policies that facilitate investment. That is why consider law 32/2009 on environmental protection as an obstacle to investment. That is why then several articles have been amended by law 11/20. And then environmental approval also amend, delays, and stipulate new arrangement. As a result, environmental permit has been downgraded. Also, the content of law 11/20 reduce political concern for the preservation of environment and natural resources, so have the potential to hinder the achievement of sustainable development goals, also nationally determined contribution. So I then continue with several data on state of environment of Indonesia. This is the data on deforestation rate. We can see that at the transition of new order era to reform era, we experience quite high level of deforestation at the time, even up to the 3.5 million per year, the rate. And then the trend, however, already decreasing, even still quite high actually, because the rate still 0.44 million hectare. Yeah, this is also to confirm the previous data, the data from World Resources Institute. And then I show this slide just to emphasize, because it is very important indicator, characteristic of Society 5.0 in managing environment. The role of NGOs are represented in the democratic index later. After the COP27 in Glasgow, at Glasgow, President stated that the government succeeded in decreasing the deforestation, but Greenpeace Indonesia at that time said that actually deforestation had grown. We remember at the time Greenpeace Indonesia was reported to the police, but fortunately later the report to the police was cancelled. This is to add the information up to 2021, but also still indicate the similar trend. This is to show 5 provinces where the tree cover loss show major rate. Rio, Kalimantan Barat, Kalimantan Timur, Kalimantan Tengah, Sumatera Selatan. Why I concern with this? Later I will show you. This is also just to compare the data. I want to focus to Kalimantan. This is related to the policy of the government on a new capital city, because located at Kalimantan at Borneo. You can see here the forest area based on the data of Ministry of Environment 2009, the area around 48% only, the remaining forest. And then on 2018, the remaining forest area in Borneo also reduced up to 42%. So this is also to show how within around 70 years, forest in Borneo reduced quite significant. Very significant, I mean. So yet this is without the policy of new capital city. So we can imagine, we could expect that the new capital city policy could increase deforestation in Borneo further. So yeah, just to repeat, 2009, the area 48%, and then around 10 years later, 2018, the remaining forest 42. Okay, so this is also the data on air pollution, indicate the increase on PM2 concentration. This is to show in several big cities, major cities like Jakarta, Semarang, Surabaya, the proportion of pollution come from vehicle. This is also to show the relationship between air pollution and the loss of life expectancy. And then also we experience mangrove deforestation, while actually, as mentioned by Professor Soo Lim, we have quite rich biodiversity actually to be developed for our economic if we are smart enough. But the data shows we already experienced loss of around 1 million hectare of our mangrove deforestation of mangrove forest. Yeah, this is also happening at the urban areas, especially north coast of Java. It's quite threatening and worrying. Based on my latest research. This is related to the coastal and ocean environment or ecosystem, also experience degradation. This is a combination between impact of global climate change, especially sea surface temperature, and also local practice of anthropogenic like bombing, fishing by bombing. Yeah, this is some data. We actually right now has research in Raja Ampat. This is our result research in Derawan 2 years ago. Okay, so in short, basically we have a high rate of deforestation, air quality getting worse, and then also biodiversity loss. Unfortunately, technology utilization has negative environmental impact. The negative effect include the depletion of natural resources. Now, to achieve towards society 5.0, I try to see into several index and then compare the index into Asian countries. Our Human Development Index actually still lower than Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, and Thailand. And then our Corruption Perception Index also high. Nah, this is a democracy index. We still rank low in the context of political culture and also electoral process and pluralism. This is very interesting data, what you call Green Future Index, using indicator of climate policy, clean innovation. Remember, one of the indicator is innovation, and then green society. So one of the indicator of society 5.0, as I mentioned, is democratic. So green society, I think, represent also that's indicator. We can see compared to Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, our green society rate, still low, especially compared to Singapore, of course. Also, climate policy also still ranked low. This is indicator of our achievement on SDGs. We rank 82 of 163. So with all this data, I back to my indicator to what several indicator I showed in the beginning, and then I put those information into this. So basically, there is still gap. Natural resources management in Indonesia indicated not sustainable. The low level of digital competitiveness and technology uses indicate that environmental management in Indonesia hasn't used automation technology. The data that can be used for environmental management is still not widely available. Indonesia implement decentralized governance, but its implementation for natural resource management is not yet known. Innovation is still lacking or still challenging. So as conclusion, it seems we have still quite far to achieve Society 5.0 in managing environmental or to control our environmental degradation. So we should managing natural resource sustainably, improving competitiveness of digital transformation, enhancing coverage and openness of big data, improving ability to manage natural resources according to local needs. So this is what kind of increase openness to the public participation, improving the ability to innovate solution for environmental problem. That's my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I give back to Pak Moderator.
Thank you, Professor Djoko Suroso, for the presentation. So we have here how what is the challenges with the reality and how we're going to achieve Society 5.0 in Indonesia by hearing the presentation by Professor Djoko. So to summarize, we have a lot of challenges in Indonesia, such as deforestation, especially in Kalimantan with the move of the capital city from Jakarta to Samarinda, and then also with human encroachment because well, our population is growing and we will need more land for our living space, and that goes against how we need to maintain our forests. And also with coral reef damage and biodiversity loss. And Indonesia especially have challenges in more in the social and political aspect of it, with the increasing human population and also the government intervention of this of policies and also of regulations. So we still have a lot of gaps between the perfect Society 5.0 and also the reality of our country itself. Thank you, Professor Djoko, for the presentation. It was very enlightening. Next, we are going to immediately move to our third speaker, Professor Takuya Sugahara. Professor Takuya Sugahara, are you present?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Takuya. Before we start, let me read a little bit of your CV. Please, yeah. Professor Takuya Sugahara has a PhD in agriculture. He graduated from the Kyushu University. His expertise include food science, functional molecular science, and animal technology. And he has published around 165 international academic papers. His experience include being a professor at the Faculty of Agriculture of Ehime University, being the special aide to the president at the Ehime University, director of Food and Health Sciences Research Center, and also research associate at the University of Texas Health Center. Professor Sugahara, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the nice
I give the time and floor to you.
Can you see my presentation file? Okay, I will start my presentation. So this time I'd like to introduce the anti-allergic effect of ethanol extract of passion fruit seeds. The passion fruit is maybe you produce in Indonesia. You produce the passion fruits and then make some passion fruit products, such kind of the juice or something. However, the seeds is not used. Not maybe seeds. Passion fruit seeds is not used for the effectively not effectively used in Indonesia and in other countries. So to achieve the Society 5.0 and Sustainable Development Goal (SDGs), the achievement for the SDGs, the natural resources it should be used quite effectively. So after squeezing the passion fruits, the residue as a residue, seeds should be effectively used for other products. So I would like to introduce some of my in Japan. So Ehime University is in Matsuyama City. Matsuyama City, there is a very old hot springs. The history of the Dogo hot spring is more than 1,000 years. So the very, very old hot spring. And this is the Matsuyama Castle. It's also very old, maybe more than 400 years. And then this is the city view from the hillside of Matsuyama Castle. So actually October is a festival season, autumn festival season. In front of the Dogo hot spring, and this is a Mikoshi. So this is one scene of the autumn festival in Matsuyama. So Matsuyama is not so big city, but quite beautiful city. So you are welcome to come to Matsuyama someday. So the Ehime prefecture Matsuyama city is in Ehime prefecture. So Ehime is quite famous in citrus. So this is the citrus unshu. This is the very major citrus kinds in Japan. Citrus unshu. So in Ehime, so many kinds of citrus species are produced in Ehime. So more than 40 kinds of citruses are produced in Ehime. So we are evaluating the activity of the components of citruses. So, but this time I would like to introduce the passion fruit this time. So it had the anti-allergy effect, type 1 allergy. In Japan, the pollinosis is very serious problem. So maybe in Indonesia, allergy also gradually be a problem maybe in Indonesia. So the allergy is induced by allergen. Allergen embedded in our body. The B lymphocytes, a kind of immunological cells, produced IgE. This is the antibody. So the IgE produced by B lymphocytes bind to the IgE receptor on mast cells, basophils. It's also kind of it also kind of white blood cell. So binding of IgE and also antigen bind to the IgE on basophils and mast cells. The binding of antigen stimulate the degranulation. In this granule, there is histamine and leukotriene. So the histamine stimulate the blood vessels and then release the induce the symptoms of the allergy, like sneezing and something like that. So the antigen reaction induced after by histamine released by degranulation of antigen stimulation of mast cells basophils. So the allergy is also allergy is very serious problem over the world. So especially in Japan, paranosis a very serious problem. So maybe in Indonesia, maybe gradually allergy patients are gradually increasing. So the passion fruits. Passion fruits is the origin is South America, and there are more than 500 species of passion fruits. So the nutrient components, passion fruits the potassium, niacin, folic acid, vitamin C, citric acid, beta carotene. So it contains many kinds of components. The passion fruits contains many bioactive substances such as the various health functions, such as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-aging activities. So the after squeezing passion fruits to produce passion fruit juice, however, these seeds are not effectively used because the seeds are very hard and not used for the juice. So the aim of this study is to reveal the anti-allergic effect of ethanol extract of passion fruit seeds, especially the suppressive effect of IgE production in vitro and in vivo. I mean to suppress the IgE release from the B cells, B lymphocytes, it can be used for anti-allergy activities. So if we can see the anti-allergy effect of passion fruit seeds, maybe the passion fruits, the usage of the passion fruit seeds are maybe stimulated, and then natural waste of the natural resources are suppressed. So the sample preparation, freeze-dried passion fruit seeds were milled and suspended in M100 ethanol to correct ethanol extracts. So the ethanol extracts of passion fruit seeds we call PFS. So we use two kinds of animal cells, U266 cells producing IgE, and the primary mass pinocytes. So the assay of the passion fruit seeds on IgE production suppressing effect, we add the passion fruit ethanol extracts, PFS, to the culture media, and then cultured for several hours and collect the medium to measure the IgE concentration by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, and correct cells to assay the viability and gene expression level and mode of action, evaluating of the mode of actions. This is the first data. You can see in this slide, IgE production by U266 cells are dose-dependently suppressed by PFS. So without the cytotoxicity. This is very important point. No cytotoxicity. However, IgG production was significantly suppressed. Not cytotoxicity, but suppressed the production of IgE. This is a very important point. So next, the effect of PFS on IgG gene expression level. So the addition of the PSF to the culture media, the gene expression for IgE was significantly suppressed in a dose-dependent manner. So the suppression of IgG production was induced by down-regulation of IgE gene expression level. So the effect of PFS on IgE production by mouse splenocytes, we correct mice splenocytes from mice spleen, and then use the mice splenocyte cultured with PFS. So the only IgE production was significantly suppressed by PFS addition. IgG, other type of antibody, IgG, IgA, IgM production was not affected by the PFS. Only IgE. IgE, the major Ig for the allergy or induced allergy symptoms. So the only IgE production was suppressed by mice splenocytes. So next, we analyze the active components in PFS. So we evaluate the major components. Resveratrol is a kind of polyphenols, and psiatanol is the isomers of the resveratrol. Difference is in only this this part. Only this part is different. Yeah. So the resveratrol and the psiatanol is a major components in the PSF. So we evaluate the activity of psiatanol and resveratrol on Ig production. So we use the psiatanol, purified psiatanol and the purified resveratrol. So as you can see, the Ig production was significantly suppressed by psiatanol Ig. Especially psiatanol is a very high activity compared with specific activity compared with the resveratrol. You can see in this figure. So the effect on primary mass splenocytes from OVA in immunized mice. OVA is the ovoalbumin, so they induce the allergy, ovoalbumin allergy in the mice, and then we correct the splenocytes. So the mice primary splenocytes, psiatanol, resveratrol quite clearly suppress the Ig production. In this case, psiatanol showed the high specific activity compared with the resveratrol. So we next evaluate the mode of action. So the NF-kappa B translocation clearly suppressed PSF and the psiatanol resveratrol. So these suppressed translocation of cytosolic NF-kappa B into the nucleus. This means they suppressed the NF-kappa B signaling pathway in U26 cells. So we administer the psiatanol and resveratrol to the mice, conduct dermatitis model mice. It's allergy mice. for 3 weeks, and then evaluate the IgE production in body after oral administration of PSF and pseudotanol resveratrol. So especially pseudotanol resveratrol administration clearly suppressed the IgE level in the model mice. However, other IgE, IgA, IgM were not affected. Only IgE production in model mice suppressed. So this.
Excuse me, Professor Sugahara. Sorry to interrupt, but you have 3 more minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So the other components, transcription B is the dimer of the resveratrol. So the resveratrol transcription B is also have the Ig production suppression activity, and then gene expression level also suppressed. So there are so many kinds of the polyphenols in passion fruit seeds. We find the new one. Transcription B suppressed Ig production by U266 cells with a cytotoxicity by down regulation of Ig production, Ig gene expression levels. So this is the conclusion of the PSF. This presentation, PSF suppressed Ig production by U266 cells and in a dose-dependent manner. So real-time artificial analysis reveals that the suppressed Ig production was caused by down-regulation of Ig gene expression. The PSF especially suppressed Ig production by primary mice pseudocytes in vitro and in vivo. So the dermatitis symptoms were alleviated by oral administration PSF and resveratrol pseudotanol. So it active in allergy model mice. So the resveratrol pseudotanol and transcription B were identified as the bioactive ingredients in PSF. So the intake of the passion fruit seeds is good for the allergy symptoms. So it is very useful food materials for easing the allergy symptoms. So these findings suggest that the passion fruit seeds are one of the candidates of anti-allergy functional food stuff. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Professor Sugahara, for the presentation. We had heard about about the effects of passion fruit with the what do you call it? The PFS can also alleviate symptoms of dermatitis, and we have also identified that resveratrol, picotanol, and scipolius B is also the bioactive ingredients in passion fruit seeds. Thank you, Professor Sugahara, for the information. I would like to ask you and Professor Suroso, Professor Djoko, to remain at the stream because we are going to move on to the Q&A section. Now, with the end of the lecture by Professor Sugahara, we are going to open the Q&A and discussion session of the first plenary session. We will start with the rules first. We're going for the offline participants that wants to ask. What you can do is you can raise your hand and then immediately move to the mic that has been provided to you. The 3 mics in front of the seats. And also for the offline participants, you can ask by putting your questions in the chat box, and also by using the raise hand if you want to ask directly by using the mic. We will start. Hopefully, if there are any offline participants that has any questions, you may raise your hands. And then I would also like to remind all participants to use polite languages and also be organized when asking your questions by identifying your name and also your affiliation. Okay. Are there any offline participants? You may move immediately to the front, Pak Diki. I think there's a trouble with the mic.
Allowing me to ask the question. My question for Prof. Djoko is about the use.
But Diki, maybe introduction first.
Oh, I'm Diki from Department of Biology, Universitas Terbuka. My question for Prof. Djoko is that about the use of oil palm as renewable energy. The government promote the use of oil palm as renewable energy. However, the expansion of oil palm plantation is destroying the rainforest and also other fragile ecosystem. So in that case, in this sense, oil palm is a renewable energy, but it is not environmentally friendly. So it is, I think, the government should reconsider the use of oil palm as renewable energy, which is not environmentally friendly. And the second question about the use of passion fruit seed. Professor Takuya mentioned that the results show that the use of passion fruit seed decrease the IgE gene. But I need some clarification for the person who has allergy. Perhaps the person who has allergy has mutation in the IgE gene. So there is a different activity of the IgE gene between the normal, the general population, and those who have mutation in the IgE gene. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Diki, for the question. Was the question clear enough, Professor Suroso and Professor Sugahara?
Yes, yes.
Okay, maybe Professor Suroso, you can answer the first question first.
Thank you very much, Pak Diki. Very interesting question. Because of the time limitation, because we could discuss this quite long. In short, I agree that the use of oil palm or the enlargement of oil palm plantation should be controlled. So what deforestation can be reduced significantly. Conceptually, please be remember that shifting from fossil fuel into renewable energy as mitigation, as emission reduction, or contributing to the problem of global climate change should be applied very carefully in Indonesia, because actually theoretically the transition in literature should apply what so-called energy just transition. So I underline just here. just. So basically, currently I have research on energy governance already 3 years. It is 4 years research consortium with Germany, South Africa, Brazil, and India. Actually, Indonesian position in dealing with emission reduction in energy sector is quite unique, because actually we have quite a lot of variety sources of renewable energy, like geothermal, for example, is still underutilized. Unlike my friend from South Africa, we said that their option is only solar PV, for example. So back to your question, oil palm plantation, I think government now already started, few months ago or 1 year ago. President came to the opening of new industry of biofuel, I think the energy policy in dealing with the energy transition should apply just transition. That's what I think. Yeah? That's what I think. It's not only following trend of global or etc. Especially with oil palm plantation, I think if it is then convert. If it is convert the forest, of course, it would be unjust. Yeah, it would be unjust. That's I think my short answer because of the time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Professor Suroso. Now we can move on to the second question by Mr. Dickey about how the mutation of IgE affects the allergy responses in humans. Professor Takuya?
Actually, no mutation on IgE, and it's just a protection level. It depends on the individuals. So someone high IgE level in blood some have the anti-pollen IgE have the high level in blood, have the pollinosis. So just no mutation, just concentration level in blood, it induces the allergy. So no mutation. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not the mutation, but it's more of the concentration of the IgE itself. Okay, we're going to move on to the second question by, Eka from Surabaya. This question is for Professor Soo Lim. There are some controversial use of GMOs on Indonesia's food. Can you explain how Korea government or organization that supports GMO convinced the use of GMOs in Korea?
Okay, on my way to Jakarta on the airplane, I saw a movie, Jurassic World Dominion, and in the movie they show how dinosaurs are developed with the gene modification, like a biotechnology. Well, you know that the acceptance of this new technology still is not clear. In Korea,
Eka's question, as Eka mentioned, that we see many consumers, they are reluctant to accept this GMO products. But if you look at the scientific world, like scientists, professors in biology areas, even my university, the lab, they study about this biotechnology and they try to find application of this biotech in everywhere. As my research indicate, consumers' acceptance to this new technology is, cautiously, I predict that it is increasing because now biotech is applied to not only agronomic improvement, more productivity, more production of good, disease, animal disease type of thing. Now this biotechnology is going into the area of medical application, pain killing. As I said, it's medical food type of things. So consumers, they don't see technology itself, but they see some potential benefit of those biotech-based products using bacteria or microome. I mentioned about this area. So they don't see physically about those gains, but instead, this developed products based upon biotechnology, they are getting into the market steadily. So probably next 10 years or 20 years, whether you like or not, we have to live with these products on the market. So I think the Koreans' point of view, it is extremely important for us to increase our risk communication with the consumers and also the scientists or policymakers. We need to increase our need to recognize, or clear out those uncertainty regarding this technology.
All right, thank you, Professor Song, for the answer. So it's all a matter of perception of the consumers, right, for the acceptance of GMOs. With the answer of Professor Song, due to the constraints of time, we are going to end the Q&A session. And with the end of the Q&A session, that is the conclusion of the first plenary session. To all participants that has a question, thank you, and we're very sorry we cannot accommodate all of you, but we are very thankful that you have a lot of interest in the topics today. To Professor Song, Professor Takuya, and Professor Suroso, thank you very much for coming today, this morning, to our conference by offline or through Zoom, but we are going to ask you to remain a bit more because we are going to have a certification handover and also a photo session with our dean. Also, everyone, with that, that is the end of the session. Please give a round of applause to our speakers, Professor Song, Professor Takuya, and also Professor Suroso. And also with that, that concludes my duty as moderator for this session. I would like to thank all the speakers and also the team for the insightful lecture, and also the audience for the participation, and also the team for the support. And I would like to also apologize for my any wrongful actions and also any miscommunications. Thank you so much. I will give the time back to Ms. Fenty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radiansyah, for a very inspiring discussion session. Give one more applause for the session sharing. And as an appreciation to all speakers, we would like to present a token of certificate to all speakers. And therefore, we would like to invite Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka, to give a token appreciation to all of the speakers.
Professor Song.
Professor Song, yes, please remain on stage. The first certificate will be given to Professor Soo Lim from Korea University, South 。 Korea.
ขอเรียนเชิญท่านประธานกล่าว Prof.Ir และ Senior Lecturer จาก Universitas Terbuka ได้โปรดขึ้นกล่าว Prof.Ir และ Senior Lecturer จาก Universitas Terbuka ได้โปรดขึ้นกล่าว Prof.Ir และ Senior Lecturer จาก Universitas Terbuka ได้โปรดขึ้นกล่าว
The first certificate will be given to Professor Soo Lim Give an applause. Thank you very much, Professor Soo Lim from Korea University. The second certificate will be given to Professor Insinyur Djoko Santoso Abi Suroso, Ph.D.
Prof. Djoko Santoso, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge to all of us.
Thank you very much, Bu Din, Bu Dr. Subekti.
And the third certificate will be given to Professor Takuya Sugahara from Ehime University.
Prof. Takuya Sugahara, thank you very much for your sharing knowledge to all of us. Today, hopefully, there's advantage for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, give applause to all the speakers for the first sharing session. Thank you very much, Dr. Nurma. And please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the second sharing session of the plenary. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Fauzi Rahmadian Zuhairi, S.Si, M.Sc. Allow me to read his brief CV. Mr. Fauzi Rahmadian Zuhairi, S.Si, M.Sc, is currently a lecturer of Biology Study Program of Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka. He graduated from his master degree in University of Oslo, Norway, and currently his research interest is on molecular cell biology and biochemistry. Please welcome Mr. Fauzi Rahmadian Zuhairi, M.Sc, to the stage.
Cek. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Fenty, the MC, for the very kind introduction, and I would like to welcome to all honorable guests, presenters and participants of the second International Seminar of Science and Technology with the theme of accelerating sustainable innovation towards society 5.0. And yeah, as we have mentioned that this seminar is organized by the Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka, and now we enter to the second plenary session, which we will hear our two speakers who's already here. The first is Professor Paul Kessler from Leiden. Professor Paul Kessler, perhaps you can hear our voice or the microphone here.
Thank you for your kind invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Kessler, the professor of Botanical Garden in Leiden University in Netherlands. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that you already give a lecture very early in the morning. I believe now it's 7 a.m., still 7 a.m. in Netherlands. So yeah, a big round of appreciation for Professor Paul Kessler. And the second speaker is Ibu Dr. Whika Dewatisari, who is already present on site here in the Universitas Terbuka Convention Center. Please, to Ibu Whika, we would like to invite you to come to the podium. But for our first speaker will be delivered by Professor Paul Kessler from Leiden University. He will present his lecture via Zoom application. So for the IT team, perhaps we can open the slide of Professor Paul Kessler. But before, please allow me to read the brief CV of Professor Paul Kessler. So Professor Paul Kessler have his master and doctoral degree from Technische Universität Kaiserslautern in Germany. His expertise is in a wide variety of topics, especially in biodiversity and plant biology. As we can see here, he already worked or have research experience in plant taxonomy, plant systematics, biodiversity and conservation biology, species diversity, etc. And for the publication, each year, Professor has various grants for Hortus activities like exhibitions, education activities, and new facilities like garden parts, renovation projects like tropical glasshouse, winter garden entry, Clusius garden, Chinese herb garden, Straatwacht garden, systematic garden, pond renovation, etc. And as of now, his experience consists of teaching, supervision, and establishing and developing several herbariums in Indonesia and perhaps in several Southeast Asian countries as well. And I would like to read his previous work as well. Louvre Professor of Botanical Gardens of Southeast Asia as a director or prefect in Leiden University, Hortus Botanicus in Leiden, Netherlands. From April 89 to May 2012, he's a senior researcher in Leiden University in National Herbarium, Leiden, Netherlands. He also has worked as a postdoc position financed by DFG in Leiden University in Rijk Herbarium as well and in the Netherlands. So that is all the brief CV and his previous work. Of course, we are very much looking forward for the presentation or the talk given by Professor Paul Kessler from Leiden University. You may start the presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Fauci.
Yes, thank you.
Salam. Do you have the presentation for me, please?
Yes, to the IT team, please, we can, the PPT of Professor Paul Kessler. Yeah.
Rector of the university, also the Dean, Ibu Norma. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. I'm very happy that I can demonstrate a little bit what we do for the next future here in Leiden, but also together with Indonesia. So I hope I can present you something which is interesting for you and has might be impact in collaboration and international activities. So sorry, but I don't see any presentation here yet.
We apologize, Professor. We are still working on the PPT now. I believe soon we will have. Yeah, I think now, can you see the PPT file? Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So I would really like to share with you what botanical gardens can do for the futures and which new challenges are necessary and possible in the near future. Next slide, please. Actually, of course, the exploring of plants has a long history, certainly in Europe. And in Europe, botanic gardens and private nurseries play a real important role. That has, of course, to do also with the interest in plants for mankind because they are necessary for surviving. And unfortunately, of course, there's also a long history of colonialism because that had also impact on the plants which were used here in Europe from other areas and so on. That actually means that we have a very close cooperation had in the last centuries. I don't see the slides clearly. Yeah, thanks. And so that was the reason that we had quite a lot of interest here in Europe for exotic species as they were special. Next slide, please. Certainly for Indonesia, it is very important what we call the VOC from 1600 onwards, which has had a big influence on the exploration, especially of the tropical countries. And so even in that time, also people were very fond of looking for new specimens in tropical countries. Next slide, please. That is, of course, seen in various plants, in this case, chenke, syzygium, clove, which is one, of course, and was one of the most important spices which were imported, especially from Indonesia to the Netherlands. Next one. Pala myristica is, of course, nutmeg is also one of them, and certainly in the eastern Indonesian islands, one of the main important spices grown there and still very sought after all over the world. Next one. So I would like to give you a little bit of the history of our garden. The botanical garden in the Netherlands is part of the University Leiden. The Leiden University has been founded in 1575, sorry, and our garden was already established in 1590. So you know, or you can see from that, that the garden seemed to be also in the early days a very important factor. So at that time already more than 1,600 different species have been collected and grown, and most of them, of course, were with medicinal use because we did not have a faculty of biology. That was much later, but that's the faculty of medicine, and people were looking especially for plants which could heal people from illnesses. But the first director, prefect Carolus Clusius, actually had also quite a lot of interest in non-medicinal plants, and we had at that time already the Trinaria from Southeast Asia, a fern, and also tomatoes and so on in our garden. Next one. Of course, it was very important that it is still in the future how to care for living plants. So here you see a sketch of the about 1610, how it was organized, and you see the beds were really very clearly set out, and every plant had a certain place in that bed and were looked after by the staff. Next one. Nowadays, it looks a little bit different. We have, of course, very much interest also in tropical plants. That means actually you have to establish greenhouses. And unfortunately, of course, nowadays, with the energy crisis, these plants take, of course, quite a lot of energy because they need at least 20 to 25 degrees of temperature to be able to survive. But luckily, the university supports our activities due to our, luckily we already invested a few years ago in double glass and extra energy results. Next one. So what is also important, of course, is that you look at your plants which you have, and we have unfortunately already heard that, of course, much of the tropical forests, especially in Indonesia, especially the lowland tropical forests in which I worked, especially in the 80s and 90s in Kalimantan, is already gone. So it means actually that you have to look in the kind of geography, the location, the climate history, and of course you need a mission also for the future, what you have to protect, what you want to protect, and what is probably needed for the people to use it for other purposes. Next one. So we are very lucky also that there are many people interested in plants in Indonesia. So I have looked up a little bit what is at the moment available. We in our BGCI database, it is a organization which has about more than 400 members of botanical gardens all around the world. We find in Southeast Asia and Brunei 1 garden. In Indonesia, we have 5 gardens registered. But I know for very much sure that many new gardens have been established in the last few years. And that means actually that also the government has more interest to establish the garden with the big task for the conservation of many species. Malaysia, you have 16 gardens, Papua New Guinea 4 gardens, and Philippines 15, Singapore 2. So in Southeast Asia, which is of course quite a lot of area, we have a kind of good garden network. Next one. Of course, we are also looking for good collaboration because, you know, the future also depends very much on good collaboration, cooperation on various subjects in science, but also outside. So I have looked up, there are quite in Belgium also quite a lot of gardens, and I call it FM interest, means Flora Malaysiana interest. So the whole area from southern Thailand to Papua, and including Indonesia. And so you see there is not much interest at the moment. In France also is one garden very active. In Germany is also quite a few interests. Great Britain also quite a lot of gardens interested in the region, and especially we in the Netherlands. Leiden is of the 26 gardens we do have in such a small country. We have quite a lot of interest and collections from Indonesia, especially orchids, carnivorous plants, but also edible plants, bulb, and like the tulips. But certainly also quite a lot of, certainly the orchid collection is very famous for especially Indonesian species. Next one, please. Orchids are, of course, very often rare specimens. The reason for that is very many species, not all, but many, are really endemic species, meaning that they are also occurring and living in really small areas in the world and in countries. Some genera and species are even only known from some mountains in Indonesia, as an example. And we are very lucky that we have described one nice new species, Dendrobium gudalianum, based on a specimen. And you know, Jane Goodall is one of the persons who are really interested in the conservation of nature. And we were very lucky that we could name one of these interesting orchids after her. Next one, please. Also, we have different other ones. You know, the problem is if you are collecting orchids, it's a very big family, probably the biggest one of the whole plant kingdom. We think that are about 40,000 species, and many of them are not described yet. So we do not know the biodiversity of that special family. And so we even discovered quite a lot of interesting species, especially this one, Bulbophyllum nocturnum, also based on this collection we have in the garden, which is one of the exceptions within orchids, especially as this one is flowering at night. Practically 99% or even more of the species are always day flowering, but this is at night flowering, and so it's got the name nocturnal. Next one. So you see very various plants, and so we are very happy in the garden that we have those kind of diversity can be shown to our visitors, but certainly also to the other colleagues of scientists who can do research on these living collection. Next one. I already mentioned the conservation aspect. Certainly for the future, that is very important. Therefore, we have established what we call the Arc of Life project at Leiden, a biodiversity protection project. And in this project, we have at least 4 different carnivorous species: the Nepenthes aristolochides, Nepenthes clipeata, rigidifolia, and cassiana. And you see of the 4, 3 of them are also endemic only in Indonesia, and they are so rare that they almost extinct in the wild. The problem is a little bit also that they are really very difficult also to cultivate, and we are happy that we have good staff who so far are able to cultivate these really almost extinct species. Next one. I mentioned already our Dischidia collection. Also, these species are really important epiphytic plants, especially also from Indonesia, which might be also of quite interest for horticulture. They are relatively easy to grow, but difficult to identify. And we have now a project going on that these species are analyzed, especially by DNA and gene technology, so that we know exactly what kind of species we cultivate at the moment. Next one. In the same family, we have the Hoya. Also, these are very specialized plants. And what we have seen actually, it was very interesting during the last 2 years of the COVID crisis, that many people like to cultivate these genus. I don't know what is the reason for that, but it has really very interested and attractive flowers. And so you see also the future. We do not know what is occurring, but if we have all the information available, we can provide the public and the society with these kind of plans. Next one. Of course, what are the problems of conservation in botanical gardens? The problem is very often, of course, botanical gardens are relatively small. Luckily, you in Indonesia have botanical gardens either in Keboraya, Bogor, or in Bali, or in other places which have a big surface, so that is not such a problem as like here in our garden in Leiden. But what are the problems is really very often taxa are not collected and cultivated systematically. So it is randomly collected, and that means actually that we do not have a good overview of the taxa involved. We, of course, if then plants are surviving in botanical gardens, we try also to exchange them with other gardens. But of course, that means that the easy plants are exchanged, but the difficult things are not exchanged because they usually are dead. And what we are practically always doing is very often to exchange cuttings, and that means, of course, that you have everywhere the same gene pool. And that makes, of course, the collections also very vulnerable, because if you have the same gene pool, you have not a big variety, and that has a negative impact if fungi attacking or insects and so on. So the chance that plants are getting extinct in botanical gardens are higher. Next one, please. Next one, please. Luckily, we have also new technology. We can relatively easily and cheap analyze the genome of certain plants. So that means if you are doing collections and then you can really identify plants much easier than in former times. And luckily, we practically now every botanical garden have good databases. And with that, you can analyze the gaps relatively easily, especially those gaps you would like to have, which are in need, and then you can look in nature what you can collect again. Next one. So that means actually to fill this gap that you need a close cooperation of botanical gardens and herbaria in the region and outside, so that you can spread the risk. And you need, of course, very good identification tools, especially of the most threatened species. And that is luckily also the case because probably you know many identification apps has been developed already, but certainly for the threatened and tropical plants, this is not really very good, but certainly for the plants of a temperate region like in the Netherlands, we have really nice apps already available. And what we probably have also to do is to focus on certain taxa in various gardens. So you also spread the risk again, so that not everybody has everything, but that a certain amount of gardens concentrate of certain areas and then certain taxa, so that you can have also more knowledge on the individual species and genera or families. Next one. For the future, for the Society 5.0, actually, I think we need quite a lot of new approaches, and we already started it in botanical gardens a little bit slow, I would say, but we already started, luckily. And one of the new approach we have adopted is actually what we call the citizen science. That means actually that normal citizens, so people certainly living in the cities, are part of the science project. So they can, as an example, collect data, but they can be actually also be really part of the research activities. And one of the project we have recently, which we are recently carrying out with a PhD student, is what we call the Pavement Plant Project to combat plant blindness. As you might know, people, whether that are here in Europe, but certainly also in Indonesia or in Asia at all, people know animals a little bit better than plants, except of course those plants which you are probably eating or using. But certainly people in the city, in the urban region, where in 2050 probably more than 50% of the whole world people are living in, they have no idea about plants, and if they are looking at and they see only green and nothing else. So we are looking now from a methodology with my PhD student how we can combat that blindness. And we are looking at what we call the pavement plants, small plants just growing outside your front door where you are living in the city. So we are looking for new methodology to have people engaged in these projects, and then of course also meaning that they conserve the green because they are important for them. Next one. So I already mentioned the identification is a very important aspect, because you only can have things, you love things which you know. And luckily, certainly in Europe now, we have at least 2 apps, Ops Identify and iNaturalist, which are really good for the plants growing in Europe. Ops Identify has been developed here in Leiden together with Naturalis and others. And we are using that with our citizen scientists, and it is very much accepted. And the good thing with that app is actually that it is not automatically give you a name for a photograph you put in the app, but also if it is not clear, there are people behind that app who are really checking the photos, and you get information back from those specialists that whether this identification is correct or not. And that is very important, because you get in contact with the people, and then people are more motivated to use it again. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah.
I apologize, Prof. I think 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm almost at the end. The main problem is the lack of scientific data to access the ecosystem function, but also basic data from natural and urban environment. And of course, you need taxonomic and functional diversity of biodiversity networks and a correlation, and they are really insufficiently known. Next one. So the consequences are we really need investment in national and international facilities to study biodiversity and ecology. And certainly with the information we heard today that primary forest and mangrove forest, as an example, are really deteriorating very fast. It's really necessary. I think we need really close cooperation on national as well as international levels with various institutions, especially universities and green organizations. And I think we should probably establish a network, I have called it now Biodiversity XXL, so that really has a bigger approach to these kind of activities. Next one. Thank you so much, and I can only say certainly our botanical diversity, as humankind is totally depending on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Kessler. We can give a big round of applause to Professor Paul Kessler for the very interesting presentation that he gave, which is about many current perspective in botanical gardens, some challenges, and then some future hopes that, of course, this is very related to our topics, which is about sustainable innovation towards Society 5.0, in which the long-term goal is to be able to have a sustainable development goals and to achieve many technologies that is in balance with saving and protecting the environmental and natural aspect in the vicinity of our life. So I would like to invite one question from the audience on site, perhaps, if there is any, or maybe the IT team can give the questions through the PPT. Yes, from Ibu Tami to Professor Paul Kessler, she's asking how to raise public awareness of the importance of biodiversity conservation in Indonesia, so that people are more concerned about the existence of diversity in Indonesia.
Yeah, that is of course a question which is unfortunately not only in Indonesia but all over the world. what we have tried with these projects we have now is really to involve people directly. So we start at various levels. We start with school kids, and if you start with school kids, actually you also get involvement usually of the parents, because the kids will ask something, they have seen something, we invite them to the botanical garden, but we do actually also our outreach to the school. So we are not remaining in the botanical garden, but we have a team of 3 education people who are regularly going to schools, but also certainly to involve our biology students. And we have in our university also science communication students, and we involve them all in projects going to the cities and going to schools.
Thank you, Professor Paul. And then I think the last one, the question from the IT team. Maybe we can. Okay, from Bapak Diki. What are the botanical gardens in developed countries do to support developing countries when those species are threatened or already extinct in its original habitat in developing countries?
Yeah, very good question. What we are doing, I can tell you as an example. We have Amorphophallus titanum in our garden, which is a species which is only occurring in northern Sumatra. This year we had 2 specimens flowering, and after 1 month, first of one, and after 1 month the second, and we use the pollen to pollinate the other one. Now we have about hundreds, hopefully, seeds getting ripe, and we are, and because this is a good gene pool, because it is not it's not a cutting, we will provide these seeds to other established botanical garden, and certainly also give it back to Indonesia in that respect. We have so far not a project where we say go back to certain areas, but that is will be done usually by the local botanical gardens. In this case, probably Cabrera. So that is the way we usually do that. But we try to spread the risk in distributing these kind of seeds to various botanical gardens in the world, and certainly also giving back to Indonesia.
Thank you, Professor Paul. And we apologize that because of the time constraint, I think the Q&A session will not be continued. And perhaps from Professor Paul, if you have any closing statement before we conclude your lecture. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, thank you very much for your kind invitation. I'm very happy that I could share my view, and I hope really that biodiversity conservation will be a high issue in Indonesia, in universities, but certainly also in the politics.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul. Let's all of us give again an appreciation to Professor Paul. Big round of appreciation. And then, yeah, that concludes our lecture from Professor Paul. Thank you very much once again. We will give you the form of appreciation, I think, by online. Oh, okay. If you don't mind, Professor Paul, we will give you right away, right now, through online form of appreciation to the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, Ibu Dr. Subekti Nurmawati. Please come to this stage. Yeah.
Hello, Prof. Paul.
Ibu Noma.
Yes, nice to meet you virtually. Thank you very much. Hopefully, your speaking, your talk can encourage all students to study plant biodiversity in all over Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Noma.
And this is a certificate from the committee for you as our thank you.
Ya, thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak Ibu Dr. Subekti Nurmawati, Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, and Professor Paul Kessler, the Professor of Botanical Garden from Leiden University in Netherlands. Okay, that is all for the Professor Paul lecture. Now we move forward to the next speakers, Ibu Dr. Whika Dewatisari. Ibu, before we listen to Ibu Dr. Whika presentation, please allow me to read the brief CV of Ibu Whika. Ibu Whika has the Bachelor and Master Education from 11 Maret University or UNS, Universitas Negeri 11 Maret, and her doctoral degree from Gajah Mada University or Universitas Gajah Mada from Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Her expertise consists of natural product or secondary metabolism of plant, and also in microbiology, biotechnology, and molecular biology. Her most important publications, two publications, the most recent and the most important, I believe, the potency of Sansevieria trifasciata and S. cylindrica leaves extracts as an antibacterial against Pseudomonas aeruginosa, published in Biodiversitas Quartile 3 Scopus, and then in 2022, antibacterial and antibiofilm forming activity of secondary metabolites from Sansevieria trifasciata leaves against Pseudomonas aeruginosa, published in Indonesian Journal of Pharmacy, Quartile 3 Scopus. Ibu Whika work experience, she is our colleagues in a biology study program at Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Terbuka. She is also the guest lecturer at Ar-Raniri State Islamic University of Banda Aceh. She now works in UPBJJ UT Bandar Lampung or Universitas Terbuka Regional Office in Bandar Lampung. So without further ado, itu Ibu Dr. Whika, you may start the presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator Mr. Fauzi. Good afternoon, Honorable to Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, keynote speakers, participants, lecturer and student, and presenters. This afternoon I want to talk about innovative technology for natural drug discovery from tropical biodiversity. Why I brought up this topic? Because we live in Indonesia with high and rich biodiversity. So Indonesia is usually use a traditional medicine from our plant biodiversity. So Indonesia is a source to drug development with the high biodiversity. The modern biodiversity include the development of industry, pharmacy, and biotechnology. This not occur in only Indonesia, but the other country with a rich biodiversity. Next, Indonesia is number 3 world's largest rainforest. And next, do you know that 10% of Indonesia have 10% of the world's flowering plant species and 12% of the world's mammals and 16% of the world's reptiles and 17% of the world's species of bird. Indigenous traditional medicine in Indonesia is number 2 after Amazon rainforest. Next. Before we go to the drug development, now we discuss about the plant itself. The plant has some metabolites, primary metabolites and secondary metabolites. Primary metabolites directly involved to the growth, reproduction, but secondary metabolites not directly involved to reproduction, growth, and other functional essential. But secondary metabolite, it has ecological function, such as defense for microorganisms like viruses, bacteria, protozoas, defenses for herbivores, insect, worms, and mammals, attraction of pollinator, and secondary metabolites for human has effect as pharmacological and toxic effect. The example of secondary metabolites such as terpenoid, phenolic, alkaloid, tannin, and the primary metabolites, as we know, the example as carbohydrate, lipid, protein, vitamin. Next. 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 Okay, this is 4 classes of secondary plant metabolite based on biosynthetic pathway. There are terpen, phenolic, nitrogen-containing compound, sulfuric-containing compound, the phytochemical, the major phytochemicals such as flavonoid, saponin, terpenoid has a bioactivity as antimicrobial, antiviral, antidiarrheal, and the secondary metabolite over the 2 decades is source of some industries such as agrochemical, cosmetic, flower, natural dye, raw material industry, food coloring, and pharmaceutical. Flower. Next. This is the example of various species of medical plants as the basic ingredient of traditional medicine in Indonesia of first priority of phytopharmaceutical. This example of plant usually find in our environmental and usually used in our daily. It's herbs or we can call empon-empon, some of these plants. The first example is Psidium guajava. It's usually used as traditional medicine for most famous preparation for dengue. The next is Morinda citrifolia for anti-hypertension, and it lives as anti-diabetic. Syzygium polyanthum, or Indonesian said daun salam, it lives as anti-diabetic. Zingiber officinale, it rhizomes as carminative somatic stimulant. Curcuma domestica or kunyit as antibacterial immunostimulant, and Curcuma santoriza, it rhizome as anti-inflammation, choleretic. There is Sambiloto or Androgapis paniculata, it lives as antibacterial, antipyretic, antidiabetic, and Centella acetica as immunostimulant. Next. Next, this is clove, Eugenia caropilus, as flavoring, fragrance, and spice. Allium sativum as antibacterial, antibiotic. There is cinnamon ferrum, the inner bark of branches as antifungal, antidiabetic, anti-inflammatory. Allium cephas as antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory. Myristica fragrans as antidepressant, antidiabetic. And the last is, this is my object of my research is Sansevieria trifasciata, and now the name is Dracaena trifasciata, or as we know as lidah mertua or mother-in-law. People knows this plant used as ornamental plant and absorb air pollution. But I researched this, its leaves as antibacterial and antibiofilm or anti-pseudomonal. This extract of its leaves can downregulate the genes that cause the pathogenic of Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Next, there are 600,000 plants in the world, but only 10% of plants have been investigated by isolation, purification, determination of chemical structure, and biological assay with in vitro and in vivo. Next. how we isolation the natural product from plant, there is some step. The first is authentication and preparation of plant material with studied morphological and anatomical analysis, and next we extract the material with some methods and analysis with some analyze like TLC, HPTLC, HPLC, GC analysis, and spectroscopic methods such as NMR, MS, and IR, FTIR. Next, and some method of isolation by liquid solid chromatography technique, such as preparative planar chromatography, column chromatography methods, VLC, FC, LPLC, MPLC, HPLC, and there is a chiral chromatographic method and isolation by preparative gas chromatography. There is some method for isolation assay for natural product from plant. Next. This is a technique usually used as researchers called bioassay guided fractionation. Bioassay guided fractionation is the process which natural product extract or mixture or synthetic product is chromatographically fractionated and refractionated until the pure biologically active constituent is isolated. At every stage of chromatographic separation, every fraction is subject to specific bioassay to identify most active fraction or fractions. It can be fraction or some fraction. Only those fractions which are active are further processes. This technique of plant extract linked to chromatographic separation technique that can lead to isolation of biological active molecule. Next. This is a brief timeline of selected methods of drug discovery from natural product from ancient time until now. In ancient time, the experience-based use of plant of alleviative illness. In 1803, morphine was isolated, and 1820 until 1850, the discovery of some compound like quinone, colchicine, codeine, salicin, and piperine. And in the 1990s, pharmaceutical focus on combinatorial chemistry and high throughput screening on a genetic new drug candidate. And next, and today, over 65% of small molecule drugs have originated from natural compound of their derivative. Although the natural compound rich in a plant body, but they have been generally less accessible, especially in comparison to synthetic compound for systematic screening studies due to complex purification method. The recent technological advance in metabolic engineering and synthetic biology, as well as those functional assay and phenotypic screen, are opening new opportunities for natural compound. And next, we need innovative technology for natural drug discovery. The problem is a complexity of molecular mixture from plant extract, but therapeutic activity work because of synergistic and simultaneous of several chemicals. There is an advent of novel technology such as quantum computing, profiling technique, computational biology technique, big data, microfluidic, and artificial intelligence. Next. This is the one character of 5.0 technology is AI. This is a history of natural product drug discovery in AI era. In mid-70s, 80s to 2010s, 2000, and AE has a potential to deliver across drug discovery and development value chain, starting from target identification and reaching through clinical development. Next. This is an example of a technology, AI, the example, with computer-assisted discovery of natural product through data mining into traditional medicine, natural language processing, or NLP. NLP is a branch of AI that focuses on understanding human language and human language and computer. And bio-NLP methodologists have predominantly deciphered ancient texts from deciphering traditional medicine to identify bioactive plant. And next, there are automatic natural product verification process, like some platform arose like Metabo Analyze 5.0, the global natural product social molecular networking. This platform organized vast tandem of MS dataset into visual molecular network. And molecular network use nodes to display high-resolution spectra. The initiative is gaining attraction in natural product replication as well as other applications related to study of natural product. Next. And then there is a machine learning applied to natural product with encoding natural product into molecular representation and factorizing natural product with molecular descriptor. Next. And mapping natural product in chemical space. Next. The last is predicting biological function, because bioactive in natural product is usually present in small amount and insufficient to evaluate biological assays. So there is some country created national chemical repositories like France, Chimioque Nationale, and Compound Australia. And next, the conclusion of this topic is Indonesia is a rich country that has a source of biodiversity, and herbal medicine represent a powerful source of investigation by academic community and pharmaceutical industry. Chemical diversity remains completely unexplored, even though it encompasses new source of drug list to be used in drug discovery. Many challenges faced in the era medical chemistry and drug discovery. Next, natural product. A promising pool for discovery scaffold with high structural diversity virus bioactive that can be directly developed or used as starting point for optimization into novel drug. And AI is clearly valuable tool if applied in the correct context and with the right data. The strength of AI will certainly be used to complement human intelligence and augment our capabilities, perhaps changing the way we approach drug discovery, but not as replacement our human ingenuity. Thank you. I think that's all. Back to moderator.
Thank you very much, Ibu Whika, and let's give a big round of appreciation for the presentation. Very interesting presentation, Ibu Dr. Whika Dewatisari. The presentation itself is entitled Innovative Technologies for Natural Product Drug Discovery from Tropical Biodiversity, and of course related to the topics of our conference, ISST 2022, is that Society 5.0 and Sustainable Development Goals is always come along together, because as the long-term goal is that to have a very good balance between technological utilization and of course in relevant to the betterment of the human life. And as mentioned by Ibu Dr. Whika, she already explained very comprehensively about many natural products that is available nearby, such as from plant products and the leaf, the fruit, etc. And it can be used as a medicine to our health. And the research itself is already done quite comprehensively, also by Ibu Whika's research as well as other literatures from using biochemical or biological approach, as well as using more advanced technologies such as AI, big data, and then genomic sequencing and other genomic technologies, also with other omics, metabolomics, and other technologies. So of course, yeah, it's very relevant to our conference topic today. So now I will open the question for all the participants or all the honorable guests who is present on site today. If there is any question, you can go to the nearby mic Or yeah, I think we can move forward to the question from the slide, from the PPT slide. So this question itself is compiled from this Zoom chat or the YouTube channel, that is the official broadcast of our seminar today. Okay, we still... Okay, I think Pak Diki raised hands or... Okay, I would like to confirm if Pak Diki has questions, or please from the IT team for the completion of the question. Yeah. Or based on your experience, Ibu Whika, can you tell more about this? If there's any traditional medicine for this biofilm problems in certain organism? Because yeah.
My last research is biofilm. Biofilm is interesting for me because biofilm produce the communal of microorganism. They make some biofilm to invest if the cell host, and make if the cell exposure to the medicine, modern medicine, the biofilm become resistant. So we prefer the natural product which have secure or not have a low side effect than the modern medicine with usually use a single compound.
Thank you, Ibu Whika. And I think there is some slide question that is presented from the team. Okay, from I hope this is Ibu atau Saudari Nian. Most herbal products are already used traditionally. How can natural language processing help research to elaborate the chemical structure and effectiveness of traditional herbal product to become commercial medicine? Yeah.
For herbal product from traditional medicine is maybe the long journey, because traditional medicine needs standard and help the research to elaborate to chemical structure, and we need to study, we investigate what the most bioactive in the plant, in the plant, and we can use a natural language processing to search what a bioactive compound. What's a bioactive compound in the plant extract, and the natural language processing is search this bioactive compound from literature. It's used for antibacterial, antiviral, and many more. Maybe that's all.
Thank you, Ibu Whika, and all audience. I think we can give a big round of appreciation again for the presentations given by Ibu Whika. And yeah, I think that concludes our presentation and discussion from our plenary speakers, Ibu Dr. Whika Dewatisari, our colleagues at Biology Study Program, Faculty of Science and Technology. And yeah, that is for us. I apologize for any inconvenience or wrong words that I have spoken. So yeah, now the session I will give back to the MC, Ibu Fenty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahadian. Let's give applause once again to the second session. Thank you very much, Dr. Whika Febria Dewatisari. Now, as an appreciation to the speakers in this second session, we would like to invite Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology to the stage to give the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Whika Febria Dewatisari, S.Si, M.Si. Thank you very much. Now we will have photo session. Ibu Dekan, please remain on stage. We will have a photo session with all the speakers and Mr. Fauzi. We would like also to invite Professor Soo Lim from Korea University to join the photo session. And also Mr. Raji as the first session moderator. Okay, let's give once again big applause for the speakers. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our morning session. As we finish our agenda for this morning, we will have a lunch break starting from now until 13:30 Western Indonesian time. And there is also prayer room on the right side of the lobby if you would like to pray. And at 13:30 Western Indonesian time, we will start a parallel session. The parallel session is divided into 6 on-site rooms. You could find it on the right and the left side of the stage, and also 6 online rooms. Please kindly check our program book to gather information about topics presented in each room. So until we meet again in this main room at 16 Western Indonesian time to join us in the closing ceremony. So thank you very much for joining us during the morning session and enjoy the knowledge session in the second ISST.